Good morning, everyone. Hello. What calming music. This is weird. It's like a therapy session. Hold on. please hold on. Let's switch scenes. Don't worry, I'm a professional. There it goes. Hi. I think, oh, you know what? The bar shifted. The bar all the cameras are mounted to shifted, so now the camera angle is all screwed up. Yep. Definitely what happened. Give me just a second. Let's just twist it. Oh God, no. Maybe? Okay, that's better. A little bit, but not by much. How's everybody doing? Hi. Hopefully, I mean, it's gonna tip and fall again. It's just my life at this point. How's everybody? Everybody doing good? Feeling good? Feeling lively? Hopefully. We finishing the Titanic today. So I'll show you where we're at. Okay, I'll show you where we're at. It's a work in progress. I have been working on it off stream just so that we make a little progress. So the bow of the ship headed for new land. This is the one bow. Okay. Then behind that is this piece here. Bear in mind we're still on the first box. So like that box is one of three, and we're not done with that box yet. So they will go together like this. And this will be the full first box. When this is done, that's done. So we have like, I think we'll finish the box today, because I think we have bags 10, 11, and 12 left, and that's doable. And that will finish this. It'll have the smokestack. The sides will be completely done. So this whole third of the ship will be done. But it's just freaking massive. And like, the particularly tricky thing, like this stuff's easy to put together. It's just you build the frame and then you put the siding on basically, but this bit is what took freaking forever. So like they do a cross section of the ship with the boilers and then each floor. This down here is the pool. So there was a pool that, you know, passengers could go to and exercise in. And so they have each of these things like realistically depicted, each deck. And this just took forever because it's all sorts of little bitty tile pieces that you have to specifically place. And then these little pieces for the grand staircase. And it's just very, very time consuming, but it's getting there. It's getting there. And then like on the sides here, you like very carefully have to set this up. So there's, I wonder if I can just pop it out. Yeah, like here. So like this is just one little stack of white blocks, single squares that are clear, and then white, then clear, then white, then smooth. And this little piece just slides in here, and that makes up the windows for that portion. And you have to do that like the entire length of the ship, and it's just very, very detail heavy. So we're getting there is the answer. We're not going to finish it today, but we're making progress. It's just, I mean, it's a 9,000 piece Lego set, so. Damn it, did it move again? Why is this camera all screwy? Did it shift down? Is that what happened? I don't know, I come down to the studio every once in a while, and I'm surprised, like the cameras aren't arranged properly, and I'm like, has somebody been screwing around? But no, I think it's just that, like the bar, so if you're not, if you haven't seen me do like a sort of tour of the studio, basically, I bet I can swap to this camera. Basically, what it's set up like is we have. I'm not talking to you, Siri. Calm down. So big monitor, and then this thing is called a Varipole, and so this pole spans the entire wall, side to side, and then these cameras. It's kind of dark so you can barely see it, but there's a little grip thing here that's attached to that, and then the monitor's on like a trackball head, and then the camera is mounted on that and then aims down. But the problem is sometimes the weight gets thrown off, so then this bar slips and twists forward or twists backwards, and then the cameras are all off, and it doesn't work right. And I think that's what happened last night. Something happened, and the cameras all shifted because now everything is just slightly screwed up. So, yeah, Lachlan's been streaming. Yeah, that's why all the cameras are angled down. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's the whole thing's screwy. So I'll probably be messing with that throughout the stream to try and get it where it needs to be because the cameras are ever so slightly off. What are you gonna do? Yes, the Hogwarts Legacy thing. I do have that pulled up. We'll go through that. We will also look at some leaks, specifically about the there's some PlayStation leaks that came out from 4chan and a couple of other places that actually seem pretty credible. We'll take it with a grain of salt, of course, but it's possible that it's true. I also want to look at a survey thing that I did on Twitter that's actually gotten a good number of votes, and I'm relatively confident about. So I'm intrigued. We'll go through all of that. As for other stuff, let me see what else I've pulled up for us to talk about. Rumors of a Zelda film coming out. More Hogwarts Legacy stuff, of course. Let's see. Let's talk about Hogwarts Legacy first. Let me move all that over. What else? Is there anything else that I've missed in the last couple days that we need to address? Oh, Rocky's been streaming. Yeah. I like the lore of Rocky being like the Dwight Schrute of this operation. So like he comes in at night and then arranges everything in a pleasing way. I do like that lore. I think that's good. What am I eating today? This is a beef, not chicken, obviously. It's a beef pot roast with these really, really nice russet potatoes with thyme, and garlic, and it's great. It's great. Have I seen the reviews for The Last of Us? Yes. In fact, you'll see in this Twitter post. I guess we can tackle that first because it's just real quick. Let me twist the cameras just one more time to try and get them a little bit more precise. That's about where they should be, but they keep sliding, so I'm gonna have to figure out what to do about that. The hair is also very weird today. What are you gonna do? Lots of volume, but in all the weirdest places. So, let's talk about this real quick. So I put out a poll on Twitter. We all know that there's been calls from all sorts of people to boycott Hogwarts Legacy, right? It's something that people have been saying, demanding, screaming about. And I never know really how seriously to take that stuff, because the thing with Twitter is that it allows for a very, very vocal minority to come out in full force, right? And so it can often feel as though you are just overwhelmed with this crazy demand for something, when in reality it's like 2,000 people out of the millions and millions, if not billions, of people that are at the center of this conversation. So with Hogwarts Legacy, people have been demanding on Twitter that you boycott the game, because J.K. Rowling will presumably get a cut of it because she owns the rights to the franchise, and she is a TERF, which, you know, we're not going to get political here or whatever, but just so you know what a TERF is, she calls herself a TERF, and it's a trans exclusionary radical feminist. Basically, she thinks that trans women should not be counted as women. They haven't struggled with the plights of women. And so she's trans exclusionary and a radical feminist, right? So I had a professor in college who was like this and described herself the same way. So as a result, people are saying boycott the game, because if you buy it, she'll get a slight pay cut. So I wanted to see what people actually thought of this. And so I did a survey or a poll, whatever, on Twitter. By the way, you should follow me on Twitter if you are available, because we have fun over there. Forgive the Lego cam. We were building Legos. We're just going to deal with it for the time being. And all told, honestly, the results are pretty much in line with what I expected, if not a little bit more aggressive. This has bounced between 5% and 7%. Settling closer to 5 though. And you can see almost 60% of people say yes, they're buying the game. And this is just a broad poll on Twitter. I don't have 35,000, whatever it is, 34,000 followers. So a lot of people who are seeing this are not my followers. It's not like I'm sending it out into the echo chamber. This is just Twitter. What I want to do now is I want to do a poll on YouTube of my subs and see what they say. Because I would guess that there's a higher density of people saying that they will boycott this game on Twitter than there are of people on, like, you know, YouTube or Reddit or places like that. And not to mention, you don't have to be a gamer to vote in this poll, right? If you're somebody who just is really passionate about this topic or really hates J.K. Rowling, and you were never going to buy this game, you can still vote in it. So one of the things that's dangerous about doing a survey like this, it's why Mark Twain, you know, famously said there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Because you look at this and you can say, wow, 5% of gamers are going to boycott the game. No, that's not what this is polling. 5% of the people who answered this said they'd be boycotting. But that's not a guarantee that those people were gamers or would have ever bought this game, right? Because clearly, like, there's outrage over this, and yet the game is still the top-selling game on Steam 4.5, 5 weeks before it's even launched, which is insane. So I don't think people are... I think there's going to be a lot of bark here, but I don't think there's going to be any bite. I think the game is still going to sell ridiculously well. And I will be talking, like tomorrow, I'm doing a call with another content creator who specifically has handled your, like a Nazi sympathizer if you buy a Volkswagen now, but what are you going to do? Is it just me or did oh no, you guys are right. I just saw that. My preview on YouTube dashboard, it froze for like 2 seconds, and now it's back. My bitrate didn't drop off or anything, so it looks like a YouTube hitch. Huh. Hopefully everybody's back. That was weird. Yeah, it's not just your internet, guys. That was like a YouTube thing. Speaking of random tidbits, just so you guys know, I put out that video on Monday going through like a skeptical look at Assassin's Creed Mirage. Video was number 2 performing out of the last 10 videos. Really, really good. Getting tons of traction and momentum. I checked it during the stream around like 1 p.m. and it was doing really well. And then I checked the video at like 7 p.m. and it was like number 8 out of 10. All of a sudden it had tanked the worst performing video of the last 8. Like it was just not great. And so I looked at it and I started looking at the stats. I was like, did I get canceled in the middle of the day? And I just didn't realize it. I was like, what happened? And YouTube thinks that literally 0 people watched the video between like 1:30 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Literally, they don't have a record of a single human being watching that video, which is really strange. And I looked it up on Twitter, and a bunch of other content creators have had similar stuff where their stuff didn't track for like a 4-hour period where YouTube just doesn't have record of their views. And so that video would have blown up to like 150, 200,000 views probably. But because YouTube thinks it just got no interest for like 4 hours, it just tanked. It was really weird. But it was kind of like reassuring because I was like, okay, so it's not like necessarily an issue with the video. Everybody had to deal with this if you upload it during that time, which just sucks. So we'll see if they fix that. But if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. I bet they have records of the ad money they raked in during that time. Well, favorites, they've done stuff like this before. And what they do is they go back and somehow they're able to find the views and the counts and the revenue and stuff. And then they basically reapply it and they can account for it. That hasn't happened yet. And this was like I said, Monday. And so it's been a few days. So I don't think they're going to account for it. And the other thing is they can't retroactively change how the algorithm processes this stuff. So the video's performance will forever be impacted. So it's going to happen. Reapply it. Yeah. It is like a little scary that they could be making way more from ads and then just not tell people. Like, they're the only ones who know. Like, I can't be like, let me see the ad sheet. You know, they'll tell me like, oh, this many people viewed it, this many people clicked on the ads, and this. I have no way of verifying how many people clicked on ads. Like, I don't know. So, I don't know. Yeah, this Hogwarts Legacy vid. This went up 2 hours ago. So, let's see what this is all about. Okay. Let's see if this shit bussin'. Let's do this. Just a moment.
Hello, I'm Simon Pegg, and I'm playing Phineas Nigellus Black.
Boo!
Phineas Black is, at this point in the story, he's the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We saw Phineas in the books and in the films. He was a portrait in Dumbledore's office, but this is at a time when he was actually actively the headmaster. Phineas
Before he was dead.
Nigellus Black is the
Just in case I wasn't aware, right?
least popular headmaster in the history of Hogwarts.
You are here to focus on your academic futures.
He is a sort of pompous, disinterested.
You call that a shine on those boots? Do better.
He's not a good teacher or headmaster in any way. I think he would have taken on the role of headmaster because of the gig. You know, it's a prestigious position. I don't think he has any interest in children's education or being in any way a role model. It's not really his concern. What he wants is the kudos of being the headmaster of the greatest wizarding school in the world.
I wonder almost daily why I accepted this appointment from the ministry.
Yeah, he's just a bit of an idiot, really.
Has anyone seen my ivory-handled hand mirror? No, of course you haven't.
Sorry, that's funny. It's like, if you guys ever watched New Girl, Schmidt, all through college, people called me Schmidt, because I would say stuff apparently relatively similar to what he would say, because he's just like very posh and likes really nice things to a ridiculous extent, and that's what this reminded me of. Was has anyone seen my ivory-handled mirror? No, of course you haven't. This is good stuff. You do give off Schmitty vibes. Yeah. No, they used to, like, as a joke, my roommates got a douchebag jar. And whenever I would say something like, you know, I can't even think of an example. Like something like, you know, it was usually with regards to like my TV setup and the speakers and stuff that I cared so much about for some reason. And so I'd be like, no, you have to balance it at minus 20 dB, otherwise it's gonna blow out the tweeters. And then they'd be like, go to the douchebag jar, put $1 in. And so we'd do it. It was a good time.
He is Sirius Black.
Oh, we would occasionally order like big pizzas with it, you know, maybe like a couple times a month. Other people, like everybody in the house had to do it. Everybody would say like stuff. Like I told the story about my old roommate, Mike. Love him dearly. I love Michael. All this, I like, oh, he's great. But he has moments, especially in college, where he was very much a penny pincher, and he would come in and like order a pizza, and then you'd walk up and he'd say, hey, Luke, good to see you. How's your day? Oh, it's good. How's work? Good. How class is good. You want a slice of pizza? Hell yeah, dude, I'm hungry. And I'd take a slice of pizza and I would take a bite. And after I'm like a bite or two in, he'd then turn to me and say, yeah, and you can just like Venmo me $1.50 or $2 for this slice of pizza. That's fine. After offering it to me. Like totally serious, totally straight face. And whenever that type of thing would happen, we'd be like, Michael, put $1 in the douche jar, you know? So everybody had to do it, but it was a fun thing for a college house. It was good.
Black's great-great-grandfather, I think I'm right in saying that. So there's got to be a little bit of something fun in him. Sirius is not the product of the Black family, seemingly. He's very different, and Phineas Nigellus is like the opposite of Sirius Black. He's not noble, he's not brave, he's just a self-interested fool. Through the game, we come across Phineas as a sort of help and a hindrance to the players who are working their way through the game.
Headmaster, I'm with a student and my schedule
Your
is...
schedule will wait indefinitely, as will your student.
He's entirely there to scupper the efforts of the player, I'm sure.
I haven't time for any of you at the moment. None. None at all. Move aside.
Oh. Phineas was very proud to be a Slytherin, and he was the last Slytherin headmaster of Hogwarts before Professor Snape took the job.
The lessons I think the students and players will get from Phineas Nigellus Black is don't be like Phineas Nigellus Black. He is not someone to aspire to. He is a self-involved, cantankerous, slightly childish figure, and I think be less like Phineas is the message of the game.
I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin.
I'll also say he really does have a visual resemblance to Sirius Black. You can see, like, especially in the cheekbones, the way he's designed, he looks very much like that. Forgive me, I'm spacing on the actor's name. But you can see that they tried to build him out with some familial, like, relation. He looks like, you know, somewhat similar, a little close. So I can appreciate that. Maybe I'm just reading into it, but they look relatively similar.
Tomorrow.
Gary Oldman, that's who it is, yeah. Kingsley Shacklebolt's iconic Dumbledore's Got Style line from the films was actually said by Phineas's portrait in the books. Oh. The movies ruined the books!
I'm extremely excited to be part of the Harry Potter universe. I watched all those movies and always expected a role. Virtually every British actor has been in the Wizarding World films, apart from me. And so to get the role of, particularly a Black, one of the Black family, that's a cool thing.
Out of context, that sounds weird. So to get a role in the Harry Potter universe, especially a Black. Oh, man. Good for him, though. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the dream for a British actor. I won't say who it was, because I know there's probably people in chat who listen to this person and like him. And so I don't like to get political with this stuff. But there was a political commentator who tends to focus more on the right. And he was riffing on the idea of Harry Potter and stuff in a video I saw, and was actually like trying to argue that it was discriminatory that the Harry Potter movies he didn't want to watch or support because they refused to hire American actors for the films. They only wanted to hire British, people from mainland England. They hired a couple Scots, of course, and I think a couple of people from Ireland, but for the most part, I mean, they kept it all in there, and that was it. And he was trying to argue that like he didn't want to support Harry Potter because they refused to hire Americans, which I thought was like really, really funny.
Because Sirius was always my favorite character in the books, so it feels really good. It feels like something's finally been put right.
There you go. Hermione was a Black after J.K. started mixing things up. Yeah, she's like, oh no, Hermione didn't she say like Hermione was always in a wheelchair? Wasn't that a thing she said? She's like, no, if you go back through the books, I never said she wasn't in a wheelchair. It's like, yeah, but you had her running through a forest and shit. Like, it's kind of an important point. You can't just throw that in. She said a bunch of weird stuff like that where she's like hoping people just wouldn't worry. I kind of get the vibe though, especially in light of recent things that J.K. Rowling has said. I kind of get the vibe that she was trolling when she said that stuff. I don't think she was being serious. I think she was like, because she likes trolling the more aggressive people, usually on the left, more of the social justice types. She likes to troll them, and so I think she was trolling them with that stuff. But I mean, I can never prove it. If you look at this, they also announced this character. Leslie Nicol, maybe? I don't know. She is playing Professor Matilda Weasley. She's a Weasley, so she's one of their ancestors, which is really cool. There's going to be so many little tie-ins like this. One thing I was not aware of that I do think is worth mentioning And it was something that, hold on, let me pull up the DM. Who was it? I think Moira Squire is her name. Let me Google this real quick so that I'm not wrong. No, is that not her? I don't know. Anyway, one of the people that worked like as one of the main narrative consultants from the Harry Potter films, all 8 films, is like the head of the narrative for Hogwarts Legacy. So, and that's what's got a lot of Harry Potter fans really excited, because they're like, it's not as though they just hired some random studio and then said, good luck with it, figure it out. They've given them access to Harry Potter resources that other people just haven't had, and so people are really excited. And I do think that there's going to be a ton of little narrative tie-ins and hooks and stuff. So for die-hard Harry Potter fans, there's going to be a ton of stuff that just gets people like giggly. Yeah, Fantastic Beasts to me is like proof positive that these like creative geniuses like George Lucas is probably the best counterexample or simile to this, rather. They can do great stuff with the original vision that they have, but when they go back and they try to add on to it, it's almost always a disaster. And in the case of like Star Wars, the original trilogy, beginning, middle, end, it was a consistent and cohesive story, made sense. And then the new trilogy, the prequels, a lot of people, maybe not the majority, I would probably say the majority, from at least my anecdotal experience, it seems like most people say that the original trilogy is better than the prequels. But I know some people love the prequels, don't get me wrong, but I know a lot of people don't love the prequels. And then he went back and he tried to like redo the visual effects from the original trilogy and stuff. And I tried to rewatch Attack of the Clones, I think it was. No, it was 3, of course. Episode 3. Because it was specifically the guy that played Anakin, whatever his name is. Oh, it's not Hayden Christensen. Is that was? I think that's his name. I watched him in that film, and Jesus, the dude has like 0 acting ability. Like the writing and dialogue is horrible. There's whole moments where like 2 characters will be standing across from each other and they need to just be like, okay, you're gonna greet each other, but there's tension. And you used to be this person's like teacher, but now you're the student. So that dynamic has to be here. And so like a good writer would just have you walk up and then there's like this weird tension and the actors kind of pause, try to figure out how to navigate this. And then they progress. In the prequels, George Lucas is like, so I'm going to have the characters just say, it is good to see you. It's been many years since I was your teacher and you were my student. And now to see you so powerful makes me insecure. Like he just word for word outlines everything. And it makes it really, really difficult to take seriously and to handle. My understanding is that Hayden Christensen has gotten a lot better. I think what it was is, for one, he was young. That's a big deal. 2, let's be real, he was working with a rough script. It's hard for a good actor to save a bad script. And that was a really rough script. I mean, part of it was that it was George freaking Lucas. Nobody could come in and be like, George, we got to redo this dialogue, man. This sucks. Nobody could do it. Luke was also pretty cringy in A New Hope. Yeah, I mean, in the same way that, like, I'd say those old Star Trek films and TV episodes are cringe. Like, I think it's more that it's cringe in light of modern standards, that stuff. But at the time, I mean, I think it was great. But yeah, Lucas isn't good with dialogue in the original trilogy. He was corrected a lot with that. In the prequels, he had no oversight. Exactly, Devex. I completely agree. One of the most interesting guys that I actually follow on YouTube, again, it's sort of like It's very opposite of what I tend to do on YouTube. But it's a guy named Paulogia, and he's like a counter apologist and stuff. And he has really interesting videos and takedowns of a lot of the stuff that I was taught growing up in more extremist religious circles. So a really interesting YouTuber, and he does really good stuff. But he was a Mennonite who later converted out. But while he was a Mennonite, he worked on the Star Wars films at Skywalker Ranch, or whatever they call it. And so it's really, really interesting because he'll just tell stories of stuff that they would have to do. And so one of the stories he said was that you were in your cubicle and you were working on stuff. And if George Lucas parked and came up to the building, they had like a dedicated like bell or something to notify everybody all at once, the boss is here. So everybody then is on their best behavior, looking really busy. And then George Lucas would start walking through, and they said, no matter what he asks you, you say yes. If he asks you if we can have a lightsaber fight that, you know, then somebody does a force push and the guy ends up flying to the moon, crushes it, and the moon splits in half, you have to say yes. And then we've got to figure it out. He said, no matter what, everybody told him yes. And whenever you get in that situation creatively, it's going to turn into a mess. You're going to stop having hits pretty quickly, I think. And I think that's what happened, not just with Harry Potter, because I think that type of oversight started to crumble for the Fantastic Beasts. Warner Brothers was just so desperate to have another Harry Potter hit that they were like, just let her do whatever. I don't know. She did Harry Potter. She'll figure it out. And there was zero oversight. So they're like, kind of forgot to make an interesting script with good characters. So anyway, we'll look at Last of Us reviews. Yes, we will do that. Do you think anti-tamper software affects performance? Oh, without a doubt. Almost exclusively on PC, though. So, absolutely. Yeah. On PC, Denuvo's been shown to affect performance on top-tier hardware by as much as like 15, 20%. So, absolutely, it affects performance. Is it enough to like make the game bad? Rarely. But it can. It certainly can. So, yes. I find it weird how in Fantastic Beasts characters just kind of appear and everyone acts like they've always been there. Yeah, and also I didn't find them like... I don't know, I just didn't find them very likable. I didn't find the world to be anywhere near as interesting. And I think what it is more than anything is that it didn't feel... Like Harry Potter was good because they established in the first few films this whimsical element where everything about the world of Hogwarts and the surrounding areas you just wanted to escape to, just like Harry did. So you shared that, you know, relation with him. And then in the later films, they showed that whimsical thing was being threatened by Voldemort. And so then everybody has to fight to save it. And you want to see it saved because you grew to love it in those first few films when it was still whimsical. With Fantastic Beasts, there was no whimsical element. Like they just went straight in, threw you into a big city and expect you to be like rooting for all of this. And it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because I think that the Fantastic Beasts really exemplifies how much of a role Hogwarts as a place played in the original films. I think Hogwarts was just as big a character as even Harry himself. I think if you set, you know, some of the later films in completely separate areas, they start to struggle. In the Half-Blood Prince, no, it would have been... I think it was Deathly Hallows Part 1, actually, when they start chasing around trying to find all of the Horcruxes and stuff. I think that film really dragged on because it wasn't really in Hogwarts anymore. Like they started chasing all of this stuff all around different areas. And so it started to really feel sluggish. And part of it was that they were milking what could have been one movie into two. Let's be completely real. But still. One of the funniest things I've seen recently, apparently people are starting to go in and rewatch Twilight. And it's become like the new trend is to rewatch Twilight and laugh at how terrible it is because people used to love it. And now they're looking back and they're like, oh my God, I loved this in middle school. And now it's horrible. So maybe I'll have to do that because I never thought it was good. but I saw a TikTok this morning of somebody watching it, and it's just Bella, whatever her name is, looking at young Batman and saying, "I'm gonna come," and then he turns back and goes, "I don't want you to come." It's just like the dialogue. It's just not that preem. Okay, let's do this. Is this a video review of it? Yeah, let's do this. I'll finish my breakfast, and then we'll go into the other stuff. Skull and Bones has been delayed again. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Good God Almighty, Ubisoft, come on. Okay, let's check this out. This is the IGN review, and before anybody asks, they apparently do not support higher than 360p on this video right now. Maybe I can I find the video on YouTube? The Last of Us IGN. Yeah.
If you don't think
Now, yeah, this supports high res. Their website player is broken.
there's hope for the
Okay. 1080p. Let's do this. Let's see what they said about it, and then we have a couple of other reviews that are a little less positive that we're going to look at and see if we can see a through line on this.
if you don't think there's hope for the world, why bother going on?
The best adaptations don't just imitate their source material, but aim to enrich for those familiar with it while also acting as an entry point for those who aren't. HBO's The Last of Us does exactly that, a brilliant retelling of one of video games' most beloved stories that rebottles the lightning of what made it so special to many in the first place, letting it strike again to stunning effect. Thanks to a pair of phenomenal lead performances and a beautifully executed vision of what it is to find hope and love in a world hell-bent on denying it, The Last of Us thrills from the first episode to the last. The shape of the story will be familiar to any who have played the original game, but that's not to say you'll know exactly what's coming next, since deviations are frequently taken. A post-pandemic world where pockets of humanity aim to keep afloat amongst a sea of infection, it's a place brought to stark realization by showrunner Craig Mazin, aided by the creator of the Last of Us video game, Neil Druckmann. The setup for the plot circles around Joel, a smuggler tasked with couriering a teenage girl west in an America ravaged by a deadly fungal pandemic for the past 20 years. Of course, things don't go smoothly as danger lurks around every corner in both human and post-human forms, ready to break their ever-tightening bond. Ellie, who could easily have been reduced to a plot device, is the charismatic heartbeat of the show, simultaneously reminding Joel of what he's lost and filling him with a sense of purpose not felt since his darkest day.
Fill up Joel. Fill him up. The guy needs it. Looks very sad. He needs to be filled up.
Bella Ramsey is simply electrifying as Ellie, effortlessly shifting between delicate vulnerability, youthful excitement, and determined power. She's a true revelation and deserves all the credit in the world for making her mark on a character whose previous interpretation has been so firmly ingrained in people's minds. She's dynamite from the offset, but Ramsey goes from strength to strength in step with Joel and Ellie's relationship as the season progresses.
I'm not family.
No. Your cargo.
Pedro Pascal, meanwhile, brilliantly steps into the well-worn shoes of Joel Miller, southern fried drawl and all, carrying himself in a convincingly experienced and world-weary way. He's often brooding and quiet, acting as a foil to Ellie's infectious energy, and able to powerfully express deep emotion through a single look of his eyes. Solid performances flank the pair as characters weave in and out of Joel and Ellie's journey. These include Anna Torv as the steely Tess, Gabrielle Luna as Joel's estranged brother Tommy, and Lamar Johnson as the layered and compassionate Henry. Special mention though has to go out to Nick Offerman and Murray Bartlett, who are
Nick Offerman is the one I'm probably most excited to see because I freaking love Nick Offerman, and to see him in something like this is like awesome. I love it.
unforgettable as the melancholic Bill and Frank respectively. Season 1 packs
Oh. Yeah, that is a deviation. Okay, huh.
a lot into its 9 episodes, which can leave it feeling slightly rushed on occasion as it hurtles towards its ending. It's still a conclusion that packs the gut punch it needs to though, and one that's ultimately earned. The show is at its best when allowing itself room to breathe, and it's in these pockets that The Last of Us often shines brightest. Yes, seeing recreations of pivotal scenes from the game brought to life offers its own sort of thrill, but it's most exciting when exploring less trod paths, a case best exemplified by the arrival of Nick Offerman's Bill. He's a character given incredible new depth as one handwritten note from the game is expanded into the season's best hour of television. A heartbreaking account of love being found in a world that all too often tears it apart, it's a special story elegantly brought to life through tender performances.
Okay, I'm calling it right now. People are going to get, like... There's going to be people raging about it because... Bill, if you missed in The Last of Us, there's a note. Bill and Frank were... They were not just friends. They were in a relationship. And it was very, very subtle, which was kind of necessary for 2013 in the gaming space. You couldn't just come out and do like a full-on gay couple and have people be like, oh, whatever. It would have gotten some outrage. And even at the time in 2013, it got outrage. And in the DLC Left Behind for The Last of Us, when Ellie and Riley kiss, that got outrage, you know. So we've come a long way in the almost 10 years since the game originally launched. However, it sounds like from that and from what they've shown that they're going to basically give that relationship an entire episode to see what is going on and to give it more depth. So that's going to be a deviation, and that's going to be complementary to the original story. It's going to be stuff that we only had to like insinuate through the notes and stuff. So they're going to be a little bit more direct with it, but that's probably going to get people, certain types, unfortunately, upset. As for pacing and stuff, how it affects the story, I don't know. I think it's probably good. And if anybody could pull off a really, really compelling episode and helmet in that way, I think Nick Offerman can do it. So I'm interested.
It explores themes mirrored through Ellie's eyes in another later standout episode, and is testament to how love between two people, no matter who they are or who they choose to share it with, perseveres even when the world and bodies physically channeling it fade. It's a credit to the show's creators that 2 hallmark episodes push queer relationships so firmly to the forefront, when it would have been so easy to sneak them in as a footnote.
Okay, there was an opportunity there. There was an opportunity for like a play on words or something to push queer relationships straight out front. He could have done something with it. He could have played with it, but you know what? Missed opportunity.
Presented without judgment and with complete celebration. In a post-apocalyptic vacuum that denies any air of happiness to thrive, these rare sparks of life are all the more important and impactful, like fireflies illuminating an abandoned glass jar. Visually, The Last of Us is often a sight to behold, even when the camera is pointed at firmly ugly subjects. Details like old paint scabbing over walls and fungal veins crawling across floors sweep convincingly through most buildings. Vast landscapes paint pictures of classic westerns, especially as the seasons change and snow carpets the ground. But while The Last of Us is a great looking show, it's in its audio that it particularly excels. Distant cries and nearby clicks often echo scarily through scenes in a world so quiet that any sound can be alarming, and sections of the game's iconic soundtrack sing in harmony with original pieces that pulse and drive their way through some of the more action-heavy moments. There's barely a still camera shot throughout, tying thematically into the always on the move nature of the story as we dart from place to place across America. There's no glamorous Hollywood choreography, nor any feats of superheroics. While there are some standout moments of combat, in truth, The Last of Us is more interested in showing the fallout of violence than the violence itself, letting the echo of each gunshot ring out long before the next is fired. Action is used sparingly, but to often shocking effect, as are appearances of the infected. Close-ups of the infected and their new fibrous biology are quite frankly disgusting, as fuzzy tendrils crawl out of their mouths like nested xenomorphs. In the game, the presence of the infected is mainly felt through gameplay and combat encounters. As the show isn't relying on giving a player something to constantly do with their hands, it chooses to instead focus on the human stories existing in this world, and does so to great effect.
I will say, I tweeted out a few days ago, I was like, I really am struggling to understand why they cut spores. So for those of you not aware, spores, as seen in the games, is not a thing in this adaptation. There are no spores. Ellie can't breathe them in and be fine. There's no gas masks like that. Not all of that's gone. And that was a creative decision made by Neil Druckmann and the showrunner from Chernobyl very early on, apparently. And I initially was like, I just don't understand what the thought process is. I'm sure there is one. I just want to know what it is to figure out why they chose to do that. And maybe when we watch the show, it'll be a little bit more clear. But I will say somebody did send me some items, specifically some dialogue and some notes that were cut from the original release of the game that were, as far as I understand it, later data mined. And they describe these tendrils coming out of the infected. So apparently early on in the development of the game, they intended to do this tendril thing where these tentacles basically come out of the infected, and it allows them all to kind of communicate. So like if imagine like a hospital, there's tons of infected in it. They've all like collapsed in the hallways, and they're just, you know how they kind of absorb into the wall, that kind of thing. But these tendrils have spread out and connect all of the infected together. So if one of them is alerted to the presence of Joel and Ellie, the entire hospital could be alerted without it just being like noise related or something. And in a lot of ways, it's a little bit more grounded than relying on like noise cues, because realistically, the infected probably would lose hearing pretty quickly. So it's interesting. But I don't know. Are people actually mad that it's a little different? So this is another one of those things. There's some people who literally, no matter what this looked like, would have been upset because it's The Last of Us, because it's woke, and you know, they just want to be upset about it. And there's also a lot of contrarians, let's be perfectly honest. But the tricky thing is I think this is, for one, being created specifically for a new audience. It's being created for those who have not experienced the world of The Last of Us before, who don't know what the story of Joel and Ellie is, and they want to experience it for the first time. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a little bit more approachable. Because obviously, like, for example, look at the character of Bill, like we mentioned. From this, it sounds like they're going to actually show the relationship between Bill and, I believe his name is Frank. And they're going to show that relationship and how these two guys have found each other and can rely on each other in this crazy post-apocalyptic world. Even though the story of Bill and Frank doesn't end super happily. In the game, you discover that knowledge through notes, through self-discovery. You read the note, you figure it out, you put two and two together, you read into Bill's reaction, and you can figure it out. In a TV show, you can't really do that. Like, there's no optional dialogue. There's no discovering a note and then reading it and figuring that out. So they have to be a little bit more heavy-handed with some things. Not to mention the runtime is shorter. Like, if the original Last of Us was 15 hours long, I think this is probably 8 episodes. So they've got 8 hours to play with to tell the same story. And so there's some things that just have to be reworked and tweaked. So I don't know. Not even a fan of this game. Couldn't get through the first one, but I'm really excited for the show. Yeah, and I think 9 episodes. Okay. They said later on in the series, they do the Left Behind thing. So they might do Left Behind as its own standalone episode, kind of like the DLC. I don't know, though. Or they might splice it in throughout like earlier episodes in the body of the story. I don't know how they'll do it, but it'll be interesting. Let's see. Salazar the game had spores in the air and people had to wear gas masks, and we decided early on that we didn't want to do that for the show, Druckmann said. Yeah. Still feel Hugh Jackman would have made a great lead. I like Hugh Jackman, but I think he lacks... I don't know. For one, I think he's too old now, and I think that's my biggest hesitation with that. 2, he's very expensive, so I don't think that they could just land him. And 3, he's had moments where he can show like real grit, like Logan and Les Mis. But Joel is a very particular type of like repressed and anxious, like emotional recluse. He's a very interesting character, and you have to be a very particular type of person to be able to pull it off. Like the guy mentioned earlier, there's moments where Joel has to communicate entire like sentences worth of emotion or paragraphs worth of emotion with just a glance and just a sigh. And while I think Hugh Jackman can do that sometimes, I don't know if I would rely on him to carry the entire show in that same way. So I don't know. Yeah, Joel's very closeted with his emotions. To put simply, I think Hugh Jackman is too much of a showman. Like Greatest Showman, where he's just able to go out there and be crazy. I can't really imagine. I can't imagine like any actor who could pull Joel off being the same way. I don't know. It's just something in my brain is like, it's just, I don't know if it clicks.
That being said, I couldn't help but wish for just 1 or 2 more clicker appearances over the course of the 9 episodes, as we sometimes go through stretches of multiple installments without a sighting of the terror they can bring. On the whole, the plot doesn't waver too far from its source material, but does occasionally stray from the path in order to shine a light on previously unexplored corners of its world. You really get a sense that Druckmann is relishing revisiting his story, and adding in sections that just wouldn't have made sense to have in the game. It also takes time to explore themes shared with Mazin's previous work on Chernobyl, primarily the valiant fight of working class people against hopelessness and the failures of government. There's a real sense of a creative partnership working at the peak of its power here, as old and new ideas blend and ultimately triumph. HBO's The Last of Us is a breathtaking adaptation of one of the most impactful stories told in video games, and brilliantly brings Joel and Ellie's journey to a whole new audience. Taking the essence of what made the original tale so enduring, it builds out the world of the game while also switching up some aspects to almost entirely stunning effect. Anchored by 2 outstanding lead performances from Bella Ramsey and Pedro Pascal, it delivers an enriching show for fans of the PlayStation hit while also managing to stay welcomely thrilling to newcomers.
Amazing. I find it funny they didn't go 10 because like they had a couple little things to say bad about this with like, would have liked more clickers. I think that's the only negative thing they said. Like, would have liked more clickers. That's it. Other than that, it was all high praise. And then they give it a 9. But like Elden Ring in that review, if you guys remember that, they like had a lot of negative things to say, saying like, oh yeah, the inventory system's kind of screwy and there's very little guidance, so I often found it frustrating to figure out what I needed to do. Like the guy went through all of his problems, mentioned technical issues, and then they give it a perfect score. It was like, If it's a 10, then I call it a shill. 9 is more believable. I think that's exactly why they give it a 9. It's sad that we're at that point, but like, I think for them, it's just, they got to do that. As for other reviews, let's do this one. The one, was it this one? So this. Oh, Pedro, don't, no. No. I'm vetoing this shirt. So, some colors just don't work on certain complexions. And this shirt ain't it, bro. I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy. So this one's from Entertainment Weekly, and it is titled The Last of Us Review, a post-apocalyptic drama that can't decide if it's an adaptation or replay. As we go down, let's go through this real quick. Pedro always wears pink. Who told him to do that? Somebody should snap him out of it. Okay, the biggest TV shows do awful things to Pedro Pascal's face. Game of Thrones squeezed his skull to pieces. The Mandalorian helmeted him in Dad's Nostalgia. A high fatality horror series sounds even nastier, so it's a nice surprise how much of The Last of Us depends on the actor's kind, ungouged, visible eyes. Who's going to tell this person what happens in the next... What a way to start. It's like, who's going to tell him what happens in the next bit of the story? Because if you really, like, if you care a lot about his head, you might not like part 2 to this story. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, he stars as Joel, a violent smuggler. Chaperone. Yeah, that's a quick thing. In 2003, Joel's a regular guy contractor, and a single dad. A fungal infection rapidly spreads through humanity, turning victims into mad chomping killers. These cordyceps creatures are essentially, though not technically, zombies. Civilization collapses, so J.K. Rowling never finishes Harry Potter, but also never tweets. How funny is that? 20 years later, Joel's living grim in Boston, one of several quarantine zones run by a residual U.S. authority called Fedra. Beyond the walls lingers monsters who used to be people, and people who are the real monsters. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Boop. Let's get to the actual review part. The answer is obvious as to the question of can a gruff badass get along with a precocious kid? The answer is obvious, which represents a bigger problem. You've seen The Last of Us already, whether you played the hit 2013 video game or ever watched a zombie anything. The very good game was very obviously, this person really likes very, inspired by 2006's Children of Men, another cross-country quest about a sad guy shepherding a snarky chosen teen between murderous totalitarians and murderous rebels. George Miller's filming a Mad Max AMC expanding The Walking Dead, and a new Planet of the Apes arrives next year. All these current facts were also true a decade ago. What's different with this Armageddon? Star power, an HBO sheen, and music budget. The scope is vast, for better, soaring vistas, extensive cityscapes, and for worse, one of the premiere's 2 prologues is pointless. I don't know what that means. Probably that they're going to do like a dedicated episode of Ellie's mom or something. I don't know. I don't know what that even means. There are big deal guest leads. The action is fine, functional. One episode completely shifts the game's canon, but some scenes get recreated shot for shot that may work best for newbies or fans who prefer adaptations barely adapted. It contributes to the feeling of watching someone else's replay. I don't know what. So this is saying that one episode completely shifts the game's canon. I don't know what that means. Like, are they talking about the tendril thing and saying that the spores aren't a thing? Because, yeah, that shifts canon a lot. It could be that they're going to have Frank be alive when Joel and Ellie show up. And then maybe he dies during the episode instead of being found by them. So they could do something like that. I don't know. Let's see. There's a Walking Dead problem too. AMC's franchise has lasted forever enough to explore so many post-breakdown societies: walled earthy commune, a remnant governmental fascism, obvious cult, surprise cult. Without spoiling anything specific, The Last of Us doesn't reinvent any wheels there. Well, yeah, I mean, it's an adaptation. Like, you've seen it. I think you're just complaining about the game. Joel and Ellie go various places populated by a charismatic leader and barely named followers. The undead action beats are clockwork. Quiet footsteps, sudden attack, a head getting stabbed. I don't know what shoot stabbed is, but okay. That uneasy post-assault pause when somebody realizes they got bit. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this person is just generally, like, complaining that it's not, they didn't do anything new, and that The Walking Dead has already done a lot of this stuff. But that's just a problem with The Last of Us. Like, that's not a actual valid criticism or critique of it. I don't understand. Nothing else in the 9-part debut season pops like that. It's never clear why the game's 2013 outbreak has been transposed to 2003. Cultural references feel frozen from earlier. Aha, Linda Ronstadt, Mortal Kombat 2 cassette tapes, or Aha, Allah, do they mean? Oh, no, they're saying the band Aha, Linda Ronstadt, Mortal Kombat 2 cassette tapes. So they pulled all of it back. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they moved it back to 2003 because they wanted you to remember they do the 20 years later thing. So it's probably that they are just trying to make it feel more in line with modern times. I don't know. I mean, who cares? Is that transposition like that serious? I don't think so. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I feel like that's not a big deal. Yeah. This is like 9/11 all over again. Joel in the first episode. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really understand what they're complaining about. I worry this shift is just a cheat code, allowing Mazin and Druckmann to avoid dramatizing what social media does to pandemics, a confounding situation every Earthling now knows. On the other hand, the cast is swell. All these actors. And the way Pascal smiles when Joel finds Chef Boyardee just kills me. Okay. The finale edges in an unsettling direction, and future seasons could offer more episode 3 style experimentation. Right now, The Last of Us is less sensitive than sentimental, an end times fable where the apocalypse is a bonding experience and guns are better antiviral defenses than masks. I don't know. I feel like this. I just find this article in general to feel like I'm reading some sort of ADHD trip. Like it's very, very jumpy. It bounces around all over the place. I don't know. Like all of that just comes down to complaining about changes to lore and then complaining about like frustrations over I guess they're upset that they changed the timeline a little bit and that it doesn't add new story elements. I guess is what they're saying. I don't know. I'm genuinely confused what their points were, but whatever. I've not seen it yet. I mentioned earlier that HBO will actually be sending a little care package thing. My understanding is that's coming Friday. So Friday we will open up that package and see what Last of Us goodies they've sent. So we're going to check out that, and I think that'll be relatively cool. And let's do this. So we'll check that out. We'll probably talk a little bit more about it. I've not seen it. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting. I expect it to have a couple of things slightly changed, but I don't expect anything like super crazy to have shifted. Okay. Hold on. So Skull and Bones has an update, you're saying? Skull and Bones. 6 months ago, 6 days ago, 1 month ago, 6 months ago, 4 months ago, 2 days ago. No, that's some YouTuber. What was it? You said that there was some just Skull and Bones update. I saw that they tweeted out like an announcement. I don't know. So there's this from Benji. If you don't know Benji does really good like gaming news updates and stuff. Ubisoft has canceled 3 unannounced games on top of 4 they canceled last year, and also delayed Skull and Bones yet again. Stock price currently diving, and a pretty somber earnings call. Honestly, the AAA publisher seems that they are in a lot of trouble. That's insane. Because the other thing I like that we had was this. We start the new year with a fresh episode of The Deck. Skull and Bones, January 13th, 9 a.m., where they'll show it. And I guess it's delayed, I guess is what they're saying. I don't know. What's the other stuff? What are the specifics? Let's just look up Ubisoft stuff. Ubisoft announced it's delayed Skull and Bones for the 6th time and canceled 3 other games. Yeah, I mean, Ubisoft, you think about it, when was the last time they really had a baller and super, super successful release? I think Valhalla is the last game that really sold well, really well. And that was like 2 going on 3 years ago. They need something, and they just cannot get their stuff together. I don't know if it's that their tech is broken. I don't know if they're just having trouble with getting stuff put together. I really don't know, but if I were a shareholder of Ubisoft, I'd be pretty pissed off. Oh, did they add that? Or the $UB? No, I don't think they did. I know Twitter was going to add financial reporting stuff, but I don't think they've added that yet. I love Valhalla. Yeah, it was the highest revenue, like highest grossing game they'd ever released, but I don't know. We should watch Podcast Now's Final Expectations video. Mike, I don't know if all of you guys would come and like beat me up if I did that. I will say, so for those of you who missed it, I did a reaction to Podcast Now's video where he reacted to my video. It was really meta. But basically his entire video just boiled down to he didn't really understand what skepticism means, because he said, like, the dead giveaway is he said, I could be super skeptical about this and just say that everything sucks. That's like almost word for word a quote, or everything is terrible, but it was basically that. I was like, okay, so already that shows you don't know what the word skepticism means. Because even in that video, like, and in all the other videos I've done, I say we're being skeptical. I don't say we're being cynical. I say we're being skeptical. And he just genuinely misunderstood or doesn't know what skepticism means. So he makes like a 20-minute video acting as though like I made a dedicated video to being like a cynical prick. And I was like, no, that's not the point of the video at all. Like, and the fact that you don't know what that word means kind of shows that I don't think this video really makes sense. But he sent me a DM, and I don't know if any of like you guys went and gave him a hard time. I really don't. I don't want anybody to ever do that, for the record. If I do a reaction to somebody's video, I don't want you to go and like dogpile them. Okay. I like, we're reacting to it here. It can stay here. But I don't know if anybody started piling up on him, because after we did the reaction on stream, he DM'd me out of nowhere and was like, I just want to make sure we're good. Yeah, we're good. I don't have a problem with you. I thought the video was like kind of meh, but yeah, we're good. I don't have a problem with you. So yeah, I just want to make sure. And then he told me that he's actually very hard on the game. And he said he thinks he's harder on Hogwarts Legacy than most creators who have made a lot of stuff on the game, which is why he hasn't been invited to like preview events and stuff like that. I respectfully, if you don't realize that you're sycophantically obsessed and that you are fanboying for something, I think that's why you're probably not getting invited for collabs and stuff. And it's because like if you're not self-aware enough to realize that, then there's very little that can be done in terms of a conversation. The people I've spoken to and that I'm hooking up with, that sounds weird. The people that I'm working with on collaborations for Hogwarts Legacy are people that are fanboys. I'm going to be completely real. They are fanboys through and through, but they know they are, and they will try to justify why they're fanboys of it. And I can respect that, because I like, okay, you're aware, you can defend your position. Let's do it. But when you're not self-aware enough to realize that you're fanboying, then there's not much to be said. You know, it's just going to be a bunch of weaselly words back and forth. Yeah, like 250 videos on one game. It's starting to sound like, if you're not a fanboy, at the very least, you are very much like enthralled in that game, or heavily maybe involved would be the word. If I make 250 videos on Skull and Bones, and it's like every week I'm posting 5 videos a week, speculating, talking about leaks, possible gameplay features they could add, and all sorts of stuff, you know, that type of content. If I did that 250 times, I wouldn't blame anybody for looking at me and being like, I don't think that guy can keep a super level head about this thing, because he's pretty deep down. Specifically, if I refuse to acknowledge that I'm pretty deep down the rabbit hole. Like if I'm like, no, I'm good, man. I'm good. This is no problem at all. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. You should check out the COD community videos pre-launch. A year, it's easy, 400 tops. Yeah, no, I mean, the COD stuff, I do not envy Call of Duty creators or those guys at all. Because dear God Almighty, it's like when people tell me they want to be a streamer, and I'm like, okay, you want to be a streamer? Does it sound fun to like get into one game that you start off kind of liking, and then that one game becomes your entire life, and you have to just play that game without exception for like 12 hours a day, 5 days a week? Does that sound fun? Doesn't really sound fun. You listen to like, you know, these big streamers who are like, oh my God, I just want to do anything else. And you like Cry Me a River, you make, you know, $200,000 a month, which is kind of the boat I'm in. I'm like, you could whip me for 8 hours a day with a thin bamboo rod. And if you were paying me $200,000 a month, I'd be like, yeah, bring it on. Would you like 2 rods? Let's do it. Like, I get it when people are like, screw you guys for complaining over this, you know, like you're living the dream, and now you're like, oh, woe is me. Like, come on. Yeah, kinky. Yeah. See? A lot of people would pay $200,000 a month to do that. But anyway, I just think like those guys that get committed to one game, I do not envy them. Even these guys that are super into Hogwarts Legacy, the danger is that you build a community around one game, that game comes out, and now everybody's done. They're good. And it's a struggle that a lot of creators run into. Like Legacy Killa ran into it with Red Dead 2, where he covered Red Dead 2 like crazy. It was like the game his channel was built around. And then he was able to pivot, and he's found a ton of success doing what he's doing now, covering broader gaming news. Matty, you know, he started just covering Fallout 4 stuff, and then Fallout 4 came out, got some blowback. And then he was like, okay, what else can we do? And he started covering just Bethesda stuff. And then he's like, we're kind of in a small niche here. So then he started covering broadly Xbox stuff. And now he's doing really well. But it's tough to find that special thing you focus on and then pivot to something broad. And the danger with a lot of these guys that are specializing in like Hogwarts Legacy or Call of Duty stuff is that if like that year the game sucks, you're just screwed. Like imagine if you were a dedicated, let's say, Battlefield gamer, and that was your content, was just on Battlefield. You know, you've had a rough couple years, to say the very least. So I do feel bad for some of those guys sometimes. I mean, they kind of did it to themselves, but whatever. Dreamcast 2 guy, I guess. Or Dreamcast guy 2, I guess. Yeah, I really struggle to watch anything he's in. Joraptor on Valhalla. It's more Joraptor on Ubisoft just in general. But Joraptor's got an audience. Like everybody who's a diehard Ubisoft fan watches Joraptor. He's like the hub for all of that. So, you know, he's doing just fine. It's a tough day for Joraptor, probably, I'm guessing. Whippy eyes. I'm going to be a Luke Stevens content creator. I'll just analyze all the stuff you do and then do hype videos every day before your stream. What's Luke going to say? 11:50. The hype is real. That'd be good. Nikki always jokes around. She's like, I want to do a stream one day where I hop on stream and we just, like me and Phipps, one of my high school friends, they just go through all of my videos and then roast the ever-living crap out of me. I think it'd be funny. How long have I known Marty? Maddie, I don't know. He was one of the original inspirations for me to start making YouTube videos because I was super hyped over Fallout 4. And so I got really into it. And we all know how that ended. But yeah, I mean, I've known Maddie for years at this point. I mean, I think the first time we ever spoke to each other was probably 2017. And that was when I went on his podcast. And then he came on mine. And so, we've been talking for ages. We haven't like actively engaged with each other a whole lot. We both have had pretty different trajectories in terms of content. He's stayed doing more of the news updates and that type of thing. Whereas I've moved into like analysis, game reviews, that type of thing. But, we've all done pretty well. Oh my God, Bad Done Well. I weirdly know exactly what you mean. I'm not going to read that comment, but I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, if Nikki hijacked your stream, that'd be hilarious. I agree. I think it'd be really funny if she just comes down one day. Why does everyone here seem to dislike Young? Yeah. Honestly, mister, it's kind of like, for one, it's kind of a meme. I'll be real. We lean into it because it's funny. Two, because I do have a serious problem with how he handled the Cyberpunk stuff and how he generally handles a lot of gaming items and discussions. So like for Cyberpunk specifically, he received a review code, played the game, knew it was broken, knew there were suspicious things about this, and still called the game a game of my dreams. And continued to type the game up until it released worldwide and everybody saw how horribly broken it was. And that to me is just a problem. It's just not something I can really just casually look past, because that cost some of his viewers hard-earned money. Like, you know, as weird as it is to say, like some people out there really value the opinions of YouTubers and people that they watch. And if they say this is a game of my dreams and is great and I loved it, and yeah, there's some technical issues, but I love this game. This game is great. They're going to spend their money and get burned. And I think that responsibility in large part does fall somewhat on the content creator that pushed them into that. We could just deflect, and I could, in any case where I recommend a game that's broken, if that ever happened, I could be like, oh, well, you know what? It's up to you. You bought it. You didn't have to listen to me. So really it's on you and no blame is on me. But that doesn't really follow. Like if I sell you a scam on a scam or something, or I try to sell you my car that secretly like the frame is bent so it's going to be undrivable in 2,000 miles. And I sell you that without telling you that. And I say, no, I'm not to blame for you getting screwed over on this, because you could have hired a mechanic and inspected it yourself and then known that it was not above board. So really it's all on you for listening to me. Like I can divert, I guess, but I don't think anybody would find that compelling. And so in the times that like I've had frustrations with Yong, it's usually that type of thing. But as far as I can tell, he apologized. He got rid of the videos hyping it up, which was more just a PR mistake, I think. He unlisted all the videos where he hyped up Cyberpunk. And so I think that was more just a PR mistake. But he apologized. Since he apologized for it, I have not, like, in any videos or anything, said anything or done anything. But, you know, the meme remains. So I think that's most of it. But yeah, everybody deserves a second chance. We all make mistakes, and I'm not going to like beat somebody over the head about it. If they apologize, then we can just move on. But when people ask about like the problems that I've had with Yong, that's where it started. He's apologized. He said it was a mistake, that he's going to grow and be better. And so that seems to be what he's doing. So yeah, and Skill Up, some people thought I was like, I hate Skill Up because we jokingly called him Shill Up in a video. Like, no, it's just funny. Like, Skill Up, Shill Up. Like, it's just funny. Like, people call him that when he does a review that's like really positive. Lol, Shill Up. You know, it's funny. We joke around. This isn't that serious, guys. We're talking about video games, for God's sake. Like, it's okay if we joke around a little. Call me Lukey Pukey. I don't care. Like, whatever you want to do. He calls himself that. Yeah, well, because he owns it. And that's how you have to do it. Like, the moment that people start to have no sense of humor about it and take this stuff too seriously is when everything gets really screwy. And so, you know, the fact that he owns it, I think, is part of what makes it funny. If you were like, ban anybody in my chat or comment section that says Shill Up, then his career would be over, I guarantee you, within like a week. People would meme him into oblivion. So, but he owns it. He's like, yeah, Shill Up. Yeah, lol. So that's what you have to do. You just have to own it. It's not that serious. You watched Worth a Buy, Luke? Is that no? I'm thinking of the game ranks thing. I'm thinking of before you buy. So I don't think I know what worth a buy is, but before you buy, I've seen that from game ranks. Let's see. Maximilian is the king of fighting game content. I've actually. Do we have anybody in chat? Is Herobrine here? I don't know. Do we have anybody in chat who plays and watches content on Star Citizen? Do you guys know of any content creators who would be good to do a collab with? Because basically what I want to do is I want to do a collaboration where we do sort of like the it'll be sort of like the Skeptical Look videos, but basically I want to tackle misconceptions about the game and try to analyze it fairly and answer some common misconceptions or things like that. So, but like I don't really watch a lot of Star Citizen creators, so if you have any suggestions for people that could be good, let me know. Let me know. Let's see. New Stalker gameplay footage is out. Cal Kestis actor on Jedi Survivor. That game just looks really good. Have they done any like gameplay reveals or anything? Oh wait, an Xbox showcase just dropped? No, it didn't drop. It's a leak. They announced what they're going to show off. Maddie did a video on it. I feel bad. We watch so many Maddie videos over here, but I mean, come on, we're building Legos. What else are we going to do? Actman, does Actman do Star Citizen stuff, really? Ollie 47 does stuff? Okay, I could try that. We do a little trolling.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Let's see. What's your opinion on each game of the year ever? Oh, we could look at that real quick. I mean, we could go back the Game Awards winners. Just a comprehensive list of them. No, I mean all throughout history, not just this year. Come on. Okay, so this is the history of Game of the Year winners. Let's see. 2014. What a weird year for gaming. 2014. Dragon Age Inquisition won, but the other nominees were Dark Souls 2, Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor, Hearthstone, Bayonetta 2. I mean, for me personally, Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor. For me, this is my bread and butter. I played the crap out of that. I understand Dragon Age. Some people really loved it, but not really for me. Not really for me. Really weird year for games though, because that was also the year that like Unity came out, and it was the first year with the new consoles, and they were trying to figure out what they needed to do to like really take advantage of the hardware, and so a bunch of games launched totally broken, and it was a really weird year. 2015 was a really good year. We had The Witcher 3, Bloodborne, Fallout 4, Metal Gear Solid 5, Super Mario Maker. I never played Super Mario Maker, but I've seen some of the crap that people have put together, and it is ridiculous. It's unbelievable. It's like Dreams, but just for Mario. It's wonderful. And of course, The Witcher 3 won. I mean, no complaints there. You guys know me. I'm very happy about that. Bloodborne, I think, could have taken it easily. I've never finished Metal Gear Solid 5. I've been meaning to start playing it and go through it, but I've never gotten the hook to go through. So I would probably agree with this, but if they also gave it to Bloodborne, I'd be very happy there. 2016, Overwatch won, but the other nominees were Uncharted 4, Titanfall 2, Inside, and Doom. 2016 was a weird year because I just remember Uncharted 4. I don't really remember anything else. And I didn't really play Overwatch, like at all. I've been playing a lot of Overwatch 2 recently, actually. It's one of our guilty pleasure games at night. We play it, that sounded sexual. But we play it, Nikki and I play it with some friends and like my brothers and stuff. And we have a really good time. It's good. So I've been having fun with that. But I didn't play it at all back then. But Uncharted 4 I think this was the first year that I ever gave out a game of the year because I was doing a couple of videos like randomly to my 500 subs. I did a video announcing my game of the year video, and I gave it to Uncharted 4. As for this, 2017, Breath of the Wild, no shocker there, but this was a really good year. Horizon Zero Dawn, Persona 5, PUBG, Super Mario Odyssey. People forget how big PUBG was, but PUBG was everywhere. Like, it was everything. Lachlan? Lachlan? Hello? 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 You want to come in? Hi. How are you? You're okay? You helping Mama do some laundry? Yeah. You look very handsome today. Do you want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi to everybody? Oh. Hi. Hi, everybody. Oh, is it? You got your bag? Yeah. Yeah, those rosy cheeks. My goodness. My goodness. You're so busy. He's cuddling that bag like a blankie.
He was wearing it like
Bye-bye. You gonna go do some stuff? Yeah. Yeah, Mama do some stuff. So busy. So busy. Never a dull moment. Bye-bye.
Mama wanted to say hi before she goes.
He's just like, I'm done. I'm done with Dad. I'm good. I'm good today. Don't need more. But it's Lego Player. Oh, you're right. I typed Legos. What a noob mistake. Oh, God. If you have to unsub, I get it. I totally understand. Okay, I fixed it. You're right. Hi, babe. There's a light box right there, so.
Lucky. Stay over here.
Hi.
He was like in my view and then he wasn't.
Stomp, stomp, stomp.
Hey.
He really likes that bag. Hi.
Mama likes it too. It's shaped like a bunny.
Yeah.
Earthquake.
Don't do that to the baby. That's my baby in there. The whole gang is here. Yeah, they are. Except the cats.
Lachlan. Hey, we're not going bye-bye yet.
He is on the move today. Yeah. Yeah. What are you guys going to do? Anything fun?
No. I have no idea. Probably nothing.
Yeah. You get coffee.
Lachlan James.
He's standing just outside of view. And so the moment we say his name, he runs back in view.
You shut the door.
Oh, thank you. What are you looking at?
The shredder.
Power's off, but he can press the power button. What'd you find?
A heavy metal thing. Let me see. Yeah, maybe put that down.
And the bag.
And
Go.
yeah, he put the bag like both straps over each shoulder, and he was running around, and he looks at me. He's like, "Drama."
You have to talk louder. They can't hear you when you
I was
whisper.
telling you. I'm sorry.
I had to explain to Nikki. I was like, this microphone is not magic. Like, you have to talk loud or talk directly into it. But she just comes in and is like 10 feet away and is like,
I'm a normal person. I don't talk into mics.
hey, you.
Every day.
Oh, he's going to the Lego castle.
You gotta go for the boats. He likes the boats.
He does like the boats. Yeah. Oh. Do you want to take the VR headset upstairs? I keep meaning to do it, but I keep forgetting.
No, because I don't know where to put it. And our baby will throw it.
Oh, he just threw the Legos. Oh, he threw the boats.
Into the big boat.
Why you throw them?
Ah, light box. Okay.
Yeah, this studio's not built for giants, Nikki. It's built for midgets like me.
You are very small.
I'm taller than her.
No. When we got married, I was 2 inches taller than you.
Yeah, now I'm taller than her. So either she shrunk or I'm getting huge.
You're just growing now.
I'm growing.
Late puberty.
Oh, no, don't eat the trees. Oh, you put it back? Oh, thank you.
You don't want to
we
break
put it
it.
like
You
that?
just want to taste it.
Oh, you're helping Daddy build it? Thank you. And then this one we'll put there. And then that one we put right there. Can you put it
Oh,
right
he
there?
did like literally pull off all the trees.
Good job. Would Daddy help?
Yay!
Yay! All the trees are back.
Where did your bunny bag go?
That one will sit here and here. He took all the trees off.
Look at it.
And then he wanted to put them all back very precisely. Yeah!
Don't take them back off. Honey. No, we're gonna leave it there. Can you put it back, please?
He can't wait to build Legos. We need to buy him Duplos. I bet he would love Duplos.
Well, really tiny gray piece. That was on this one missing.
Oh, the holder.
Yeah.
Crap. I will dig for it.
Lockie, let's go upstairs. Can I give you your bag? Lachlan, can you look at Mama for even a second before
You said go upstairs. I'm going upstairs.
Ugh. Here's your bag.
Bye.
Bye, 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 bye.
No, my wife doesn't play basketball. She probably could have before she started shrinking.
I did every sport imaginable in middle school.
Yeah, she was that kid. Soccer, girls
My parents
football.
were getting divorced. I wasn't that kid.
Hi. It's a lovely bag.
It's just so that you're not at home. They make you do everything under the sun, not because you're interested in it, but so that you're not home.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 25. She was that kid. Yeah. I didn't do any electives like that. I was homeschooled and I played in chess tournaments. Yeah. I was that kid. Y'all knew him. The weird homeschool kid who plays chess. What are you doing? Oh, he's pushing the box around.
Maki,
Oh, he's going back to
leave
the
the cat
Legos.
alone. No.
He just wants to build Legos.
I know you want to. Okay,
Okay, bye-bye.
you grab your bag.
Can I have a hug? Hug? Oh, Mama put the bag on your back? That's crazy. Oh, now you gotta go. No hugs.
I come to give you. It's a bunny bag boy.
He likes the bunny
He
bag.
does. This is what he used to. He did this himself upstairs.
He just likes the bag.
Say peace.
Peace. Deuces. Oh, careful.
Uh-oh.
Bump the sword.
Alright, let's go.
Bye, dude.
He's
Be-
like, let me get your bag.
Be nice to your mama, okay?
Good job. Now we laugh and we say,
Bye.
At the door. Bye-bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Bye, love you.
Bye-bye.
Cat's out here. He's been chasing her with the broom all morning. I don't know what to do.
Gotta keep her honest. Oh, man. Yeah, that's the little fella. Yeah, Whippy Ice, I can do that. I can do this. I don't know if I'm gonna get review codes for any of that stuff because it's very. I've never been able to get a hold of Square Enix for Forspoken, and EA I've also never been able to get a hold of. So I'm asking around. I'm trying to figure out who I need to get in touch with, but it's been pretty tricky so far. So we'll see. Who knows? I did have, weirdly enough, I think it was Kingwin. I had like that game key reseller reach out to me and they said, we'd like to sponsor you for, I think it was the Dead Space remake. And they said specifically, we'll sponsor you and then we'll give away keys of the game in the video. So, you know, you can give away 5 copies of the game to viewers just randomly. I was like, that's a fun idea. It's interesting. Stolen key giveaways. But it's yours now. Yeah, first time I saw your baby, he was a baby, and now he's a toddler. Yeah, it's a little weird for me as well. I used to be able to make a bed of blankets and like his little baby bassinet thing in this back corner of the room, and I'd put him there, and he would sleep, and I could work and do stuff here on the computer while he was asleep in the background. I probably even filmed a couple of videos like that where he was just asleep in the background and then I was over here doing my thing. And now he's just like a little whirlwind. It's crazy. And he's only like 16 months. Yeah. It's crazy. Time flies. They really grow fast. Yeah, it's crazy. They need a dog cage. Sometimes it feels like that. I'm kidding, everybody. Not actually. Okay. Let's finish going through this real quick. And then I think we'll need to watch the Maddie thing so I can start the Legos. And we'll go from there. What if he also becomes a streamer? It depends on what kind of streamer. I still remember Luke babysitting in the press start videos last year. Yeah, dude. Isn't it weird that was only last year? That feels like 5 years ago for me. And it feels like forever ago. But I do really miss Cammy. I'd love to get her back on board somehow. Yes, Luke, we reacted to that earlier in the stream, actually. It was a super cool addition. Other little things. So let's see. We were on this one, 2017. I would have also given it to Breath of the Wild. I've said for a long time, Horizon Zero Dawn, I just don't find that interesting. I don't find it very compelling. And in general, it just feels like, to me, a like really cool proof of concept. And then the second game was supposed to go crazy above and beyond, and it just did more of the same and didn't do anything fresh. And so Horizon Forbidden West was just really meh for me. Persona 5 is great, but it feels really weird because it's like a 2013 game for the PS3 that was then ported over. So it's just not really the same, even though it's really good. It's just different. PUBG launched totally broken, still is broken to this day. It's just a train wreck, but it was a huge deal at the time. And Super Mario Odyssey, I find to be extremely underwhelming, and I don't really like it. So, yeah, Breath of the Wild, easy clap there. 2018, clear frontrunners Red Dead 2 and God of War. I think I gave it to God of War. Thank you for becoming a member, Rice. Thank you. That's got to be... I thought you were already a member. Oh, well, there you go. Well, thank you. Either way. So this one, like, I gave it to God of War because I thought God of War took more risks. Red Dead 2 I thought was great, but it... Other than graphics, it feels like a 2010 game. Like, it feels like they could have made Red Dead 2 right after Red Dead 1, and nothing else has changed. And it's because they have, like, their gameplay systems that work, and they don't really change it. They don't shake it up ever, which just makes it a little unexciting and makes it feel a little lame, but whatever. Let's see. 2019, Sekiro won it, but nominated was also Death Stranding, Super Smash, Outer Worlds. For me, in 2019, I gave it to Days Gone, which was probably my most controversial Game of the Year winner. And it was mainly just because I didn't really love Sekiro. I didn't really love Control. Didn't love Death Stranding. Resident Evil 2 was fine. Super Smash Bros. It's just Smash. It's the same Smash we've had for 20 years. And The Outer Worlds was fine, but it was also really buggy and had problems. So across the board, like, I didn't love any of these games. And so I was like, okay, well, if I didn't love any of them and I didn't think any of them were like really great, who do I give it to? I decided to give it to the game that I wanted a sequel from the most. And for me, the game I wanted a sequel from the most was Days Gone. I thought that they could actually capitalize on it. So it was almost like a highest potential award. So that was at least my thinking there. As for 2020, The Last of Us Part 2, I couldn't come up with any other argument for any other game. Last of Us Part 2 is just technologically fantastic. Its gameplay is phenomenal. And I get some people don't like the story. I've found that most of the time when you press people on why they don't like the story, it either ends up being because it's woke or because they killed a character I liked. And like, that's it. But very rarely can they offer specifics. Oh no, Nikki just texted me. She said she slipped on the garage stairs. Okay, she just said I'm having a great day, lol. So like, is it like a funny I slipped down the stairs, or like an ow, help me, I can't get up, help me? Sometimes I can't tell with her. Yeah, she's fine, she just hurt her butt. Okay. That sucks. Let's see. As for other stuff, let's see. Yeah, I mean, all told, I just have found that very rarely do I get a ton of specifics from people. I think that there is an argument to be made, definitely. I think the pacing in The Last of Us Part 2 is really rough. There's hours of stuff that could have been cut, and I think the game would feel better. It's very self-indulgent, and it's also just extremely draining. Like, it is emotionally draining. It's... By the time it's over, you're going to be like, dear God, thank you. Isaiah, thank you for becoming a member, by the way. Appreciate you. Life alert. Yeah, I've fallen and I can't get up. So that's my take on The Last of Us Part 2. There's plenty of stuff to complain about and be frustrated about, but I don't know. It's... I found that most people who want to hate it and really rage against it often can't provide specifics because they didn't play it. And they didn't play it because they didn't like it for one of the overarching reasons. Like, it's fine. I have a buddy, and I've told you guys about him before, Corey. And Corey just doesn't like sad stories. He just doesn't like them. It makes him sad. And he's like, I don't want to watch a movie. I don't want to play a game and be sad at the end of it. So he just doesn't like sad stuff. So he hated La La Land, and he will tell you, I hated it because that has a sad ending, and I don't like that. I like happily ever after. I was like, fair enough. That's fair. Cool. Whatever. If you don't play The Last of Us because you don't want to see Joel die and you want to just pretend as though they lived happily ever after The Last of Us Part 1, that's fine. Okay. Just be honest and say that that's what it is. Don't come in here and be like, I really, the writing was really bad. And I'm going to be like, okay, how and why? Like, I'll ask you why and ask you to defend your point. And if you have points to make, then I'm all down to hear them. I would love it. I find it really interesting. As you guys know, I made a 5-hour breakdown of the game. I know the game very, very well. Certainly better than most. And so I would love to hear and debate the topic. But what I found is most people that start to be frustrated about it and complain about it haven't played the game and usually don't really know what they're talking about because they're just echoing what they heard some YouTuber or streamer say. But don't get too much of an ego now. I'm sorry, Noon. No one cares less. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Or no one cares. Lol. Sorry. Sorry, no one cares. That sounded like I said, sorry, no one cares. But I mean, sorry, comma, no one cares. Referring to you. Yeah, anyway, the reason I say it is just because to this day, I still, like, I tweeted out that thing about the Last of Us TV show. And in, like, the top thread on it, let's see. It was... Let's just see here. Hold on. It was one of the top comment threads. Oh, did they flag it? No. It was some guy who was saying, like, his fans think I don't really trust critics. There were, like, tons of comments on it. Maybe it was on the other post I made. I don't know, but there's like a 50 comment thread that people have been arguing back and forth over on specifically The Last of Us Part 2 and how the writing just is not very good. The writing is terrible and all this. And it's just hilarious because it's like we're years after the fact and people are still debating it and saying that it's bad because it has woke themes. Like it's just ridiculous. Let's see, where was I here? But anyway, setting that aside, one we can all agree on, hopefully, is It Takes Two. It Takes Two was just a feel-good game. It just made you happy inside. And it was way better than it had any right to be. Way more gameplay systems and things going on. It's crazy. if you have somebody that you are close to that you can play this game with, you have to play It Takes Two. It is fan-freaking-tastic. It really is. Cannot recommend it enough. And it was such a relief to see that game won over like Deathloop, because a lot of people were frustrated by Deathloop that it got perfect scores from all these reviewers, and then they played it and it was just not that at all. I cannot think, probably the latest game that has a similar thing was High on Life, but on the opposite side of the spectrum. So High on Life received negative reviews from critics, but gamers freaking loved it. And Deathloop, critics loved it, and the average gamer really was like, it's not bad, but it's just not great. Like, it's fine. It's like a great 7.5 out of 10, but it launched super broken. The Juliana stuff was totally broken. You couldn't match make for like all of launch day and for a few days after that. They hold your hand through all of the quests, so the time loop mechanic just isn't really usable because they hold your hand so much. It's just not very good. It's just fine. And plus, there's a big story reveal plot twist thing they do at the end of the game that basically spoils the entire narrative. And I don't want to be too specific, but it happened on screen and I was like, what? I had to like, I remember pausing the game and then I like hopped on my phone and I Googled it because I was like, did they just say the thing I thought they said? I think they did. I looked it up and it's like, yeah, no joke. This is the thing. This was the thing until, yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't want to spoil it in case you haven't played the game yet, but let's just say I think that there's a plot twist that they do in this game that is horrible. And it serves no purpose. It doesn't help the story. It doesn't change the story in a meaningful way other than just grossing you out. So I'll just leave it there. But I think a lot of people were worried that Deathloop was just going to walk in and take the Game of the Year award. Metroid Dread was fine. I played through like 85% of this game, and then I had a bug where the Switch deleted all of my save progress, so I had to start over. And apparently it was actually pretty common. A lot of people had this happen to them. They issued a patch or something, and it broke save files for anybody who was running a certain version of the Switch OS. So I got almost all the way through it, and then it deleted my save, and I was so pissed off that I just walked away, and I have not gone back to it since. Maybe I'll do it one day, but it pissed me off enough that I was just scarred. As for Psychonauts 2, really, really good, but it was always going to be sort of niche, so it probably wasn't going to be a serious contender. Ratchet and Clank, again, I thought was fine. Like, good, not great. Perfectly fine. Resident Evil Village, again, good, not great. Really, really short for what it has to offer. Certainly more of an action game than survival horror, I would say, but fine. But the one game that I was like, this is actually amazing, was It Takes Two, without a doubt. And then 2022, really good game for, really good year for games. Elden Ring, of course. Plague Tale Requiem, great. Ragnarok, great. Forbidden West, Stray, good, not great. And Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I have not played. I don't know anything about it. Thomas Mullins, did you ever play the Metroid series games? Like it? Yeah, the Metro, or was it Metro Exodus? Whatever the more recent one was. I played that one, and I thought it was really good. I went back and I saw footage of it recently, and I was like, it doesn't look as good as I remember, because I remember playing it at the time and being like, oh my god, this is photorealistic. Like, I was blown away at how pretty that game was. But Metro Exodus, yeah, I really liked it. I haven't played the other ones, but Stray was overpriced AF. Overpriced, and it's also mindless, which was my frustration. I was like, there's the potential for some really cool environmental puzzles and stuff, but the game, like, has zero challenge. It's and free climbing, which is the only gameplay system there is climbing and navigating levels, basically comes down to point the left stick in a direction while holding X or whatever a comparable button is, and you just run forward into the wall that you want to jump up, and then when you're running in that direction, they'll jump up, and like there's zero thought involved. So I thought it was just very, very okay. Like, great as an indie game for like $15-20. For $40+ bucks, really hard to justify. And in my video, I said, if you can get it free, you should, because it was available on PlayStation Plus for free. And I said, yeah, if you can get it free, you should play it there. And you would have thought that I sacrificed a cat on stream. Like, people lost their minds. They're like, so you don't want the developers to get money for their hard work. Okay. Classic YouTuber L take. I was like, I didn't say pirate the game. I did not say that. I said, get the game for free on a place where they've made a partnership with PlayStation to offer it for free. I'm helping you save money. What is wrong with you? Like, it blew my mind. It actually blew my mind. Oh, anyway. Yeah, Ubisoft canceled 3. Yeah, their stock is tanking right now. They just can't get their act together. Like, they keep canceling stuff, delaying stuff. And so their shareholders are like, what the hell is going on? Like, you haven't put out a good game in ages, but whatever. Anyway, with this 2022, I think most of these games could have won, and I'd be fine. If God of War won Game of the Year, I wouldn't be upset. If Elden Ring having won, I think was fair. God of War was huge, but also Elden Ring. I mean, you have to think Elden Ring was a phenomenon. Like, everybody was playing it for months. It was everywhere. And I think that is something that should be considered. I mean, when you're talking about Game of the Year, it's also about impact. It's not necessarily just about the best game of the year. Which is why, honestly, like in 2018, I think the argument for Red Dead Redemption 2 winning Game of the Year at the Game Awards was also very fair. I think that argument could be made very easily because Red Dead 2 was everywhere. Everywhere. Like, South Park was making episodes about it. Every TV show was referencing it. Talk show hosts were having gamers on to play it and do stuff. Like, that game was everywhere. It was a cultural phenomenon. But let's see. Ubisoft's biggest problem, they spent too much of the 20 teens chasing money and not making good games, and now they're screwed. I think what it is it's a few things. I think they've had trouble getting their tech sorted for the next gen. Look at how active you guys are in chat. Wow, I can't even keep up with this. Don't worry, it's catching up. So I think that part of it is that they have some franchises that they have typically relied on for financial success and stability, specifically like Far Cry and Assassin's Creed. And what they've found is that those franchises, they need more time to bake in order to be really successful. They can't just ham-fist these things together. And specifically, Ubisoft has found in years past that when they come along in a transition period from one console generation to the next, gamers expect a significant upgrade in visuals and performance. And so they can't just come out and like try to do, Assassin's Creed Rogue, where it's a last gen game, but released 2-3 years after the console generation has shifted. So they're trying to fix all that stuff at the same time. They can't get stuff sorted out. They're losing a bunch of talent as well, because Ubisoft has a really negative reputation publicly. And then it also has a pretty toxic work environment within some studios and branches where there hasn't been an uproar and where they haven't like fired some of the designers and stuff. So there's just a bunch of stuff like that going on. And honestly, like I've said for a long time, I think that the Guillemot brothers should step down, and I think they should get other management or sell the company. Ubisoft is really like basically just a boys club for the Guillemot family. And you can see that in the fact that most of the upper management are all related family members, and they're not the most competent people in that position. They're just there because they were born as an accident of genetics into that family. And you kind of see it in how they manage their business. Like, it's not the most competent people running that business. It's family. So, I predict a Ghost of Tsushima sequel announcement this year. Here's hoping. I would be down for that. Imagine Mirage gets canceled. Dude, that would actually be hilarious. Joe Raptor would have a seizure. That would actually be unbelievable. I mean, it's also unbelievable, but also believable if they did that. Yeah, AC Mirage is just a mirage. Exactly. Being born into a rich family is like playing life on easy mode. Yeah, and it's I was really stunned by it when I worked at, in commercial real estate. And the two guys I was hired alongside, there were three of us that started on the same day in like July, right after 4th of July. And one, his dad was the lead prosecuting attorney against Aaron Hernandez, the Patriots player who like killed a guy or orchestrated killing a guy. I don't really understand it, but he was the lead prosecutor in that case. And so they were very well off. And then the other guy, his dad was a super successful broker in Texas. And so he came from money and had tons of money. They both went to CU Boulder, all expenses paid by their parents, no student loans or anything. And then I'm over here like scraping by, getting student loans, working 2 jobs. I'm a janitor and I'm trying to do YouTube stuff on the side and I'm barely making it. And I just have nothing in common with them. And I realized like they would stay at the studio or stay at the office until like 8 p.m. casually. And then they'd just drive home and then they'd party and do stuff. And I was like, they don't have relationships. They don't have significant others that they're trying to spend time with. They're just party animals. And they also have a safety net. Like if they don't make money that year or that month, they just call daddy and daddy pays their bills. Whereas if I don't make money that month, I'm homeless. So it's very different. Very, very different. Final Fantasy, I don't keep up with it a lot. I played 7 Remake. And that's it. I haven't really played the others. But I'm interested. 16 looks really interesting. We'll see. The MCU, I don't really keep up with it. I have never been super into those superhero movies. I just have never really gotten into them. No shade on anybody, but like I guess I just have never had the time to sit down and get really into them. If there's a new Splinter Cell, they'll either make a new protagonist, or if it's Sam Fisher, he has to be voiced by Mike Ironside. I accept no other. Yeah, we'll see. They've been sitting on that franchise for ages. That is one of those cases where it's like I think they could just figure it out. They could do something and come along and like they have to know what players want. Surely. But I don't know. Let's see. Where did it go? Let's pull up this Maddie video. Let's check out this. Xbox's new showcase just leaked. I want to check this out and continue building this Lego set, okay? Okay, so we're going to do this. Let's see what Microsoft showcase leaked. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm prepared. What do you want to bet? Do you think Maddie has a new microphone stand? Or do you think he's still holding it in his hand? Because for the last, 2 weeks, he's been holding his microphone in his hand. What do you want to bet? In chat, I want to know. What do you think? What do you think? Maddie's my favorite filler. I don't know what you're talking about. I got to start building the Lego set. That's part of the thing. Do you want me to just sit here on camera? Handheld? You think handheld? Okay, let's try. Let's try it. Let's see.
Salutations, everybody. It is
Yep.
Maddie here today.
Handheld.
Happy Monday. What a great way to start off the week. Today, we finally have news that we've been seeking out.
Should I just buy Maddie a new mic stand? Just ship it to him randomly? That would be funny. I will say, I was talking to my brother Jacob last night, and I was like, I realized we mentioned Maddie, and he was like, yeah, we got to get him a mic stand. And I was like, yeah, dude, I guess I'm one of those people, when I notice something is wrong in the studio, I struggle hard with just not trying to tackle it right then and there. If my monitor's giving me crap, I say screw it and I'm swapping it out. Like if I have a cable that's getting a little frayed, screw it, swap it out. I don't tolerate small issues. I tackle them and deal with them immediately because it's like my OCD or something. I can't handle it. So my mic stand before this, really, you guys know, it was creaky, it would wiggle, it just wasn't good. It was a pile of garbage, even though it was supposed to be really nice. And so while we were on vacation in Arizona, I was standing outside of a Gucci store. Don't worry, I didn't buy anything. I don't buy Gucci crap. But we were standing outside of a Gucci store. I should have been distracted by all of these other things. And all I could think about is how pissed off I was at how terrible my mic boom arm was in the studio at home. So I got on my phone and Amazon delivered, like 2-day delivered, a new boom arm. And this thing's great. And I have no regrets. But that's the kind of person I am. I'll be off doing something that should be occupying my time. And then I think back to something in the studio that I want to fix. And I'm like, yeah, I'll deal with that right now. And Maddie's just chill. He's like, my boom arm or my microphone stand has been broken, it's snapped, and I'm good to just hold it. And he's fine with it. I'm kind of jealous. I wish I were that chill. You know? You're a Prada boy. No, man. I cannot fathom that level of stuff. Like I bought some Hugo Boss shirts because I got like it wasn't a gift card, it's like a certificate. I don't know what you even call it. They didn't call it any of that stuff because they're kind of hoity-toity, but I got basically what was the equivalent of like a gift certificate to Hugo Boss. So I was like, yeah, I'll go get some shirts. So I got some Hugo Boss shirts, right? And that's like probably the fanciest clothes I own. I wear these Viore pants, but I wear these Viore pants because all of the other pants I've ever bought, my thighs, my thick Scottish thighs, rub together and burn holes right in my grundle. So I have to have good pants. So I get like nicer pants, but it's because like they last more than a few weeks. But I would never buy like a $90 Kanye t-shirt or something, you know. Scotland. Yeah, my childbearing hips require thick stitching. You're not kidding, favorite. It's an actual problem. If I buy jeans, my jeans will wear holes, not like in the knees or anything, specifically right in the hock of my thigh. I don't know if that's a term, but right there. You know, because it's just every step. And I'm a thermos. I'm a furnace, not a thermos, a furnace. So I am naturally very, very hot, which is why like Nikki gives me crap, but it'll be 30 degrees out and we go on a walk with Lockie and they're all bundled up in jackets and I go out like this in a t-shirt and I'm fine because I just naturally run very, very warm. And I think that basically bakes the pants as well. And so it just burns holes in them. But these Viore pants, like these things I've had for like a year and they look like they did when I got them. Like zero wear and tear. So they're expensive pants, but I would have spent like 3 times this amount on other cheaper pants from Walmart or Target if I had bought them there, which is something I learned. Sometimes it's like for some clothes, it's sort of an investment. If you spend more, then you'll get a lot more mileage and you'll actually end up saving money on the long run. Yeah, I'm a thermos. That's going to be the quote now. It's Luke Thermos Stevens.
Now, really for about a year or so now, but quite honestly, it's ramped up in demand in the last month or so following Xbox's no-show at the Game Awards. Today we're talking about a significant showcase leak, and it's not really about the content that'll be there, but rather the format and what it means for the future of Xbox. But don't get me wrong, what's going to be in there and what might not be in there.
Real quick, by the way, I turned on the AC unit. That's what that extra sound is. It's just getting hot in here, so I'm going to get some cool air blasting. We all noticed the no-show at the Game Awards. Xbox didn't show off anything, which was really, really weird. He was at the showcase, or at the event, but he didn't show anything, which was odd. And I'm starting to think it might be that they just had a crazy schedule planned for this year where they're going to start hitting hard all of this media and press stuff, and they just didn't feel like they wanted to use the Game Awards. They wanted their own shows, which I can justify. I can see doing that. And the one thing we all said was because they didn't show anything, they have to have something. Because if they don't have anything planned, if they don't have showcases and cool games coming day one to Game Pass, it's just not going to work. Like Xbox once again will be a footnote in the conversation. So it's good to see that they're actually coming out with stuff. Yeah, this show is confirmed. I did see on Twitter that they did confirm that they're doing this showcase. We'll see if any of this stuff needs corrections, but
is of great interest to you. So ladies and gentlemen, 2023 is off to a rapid start. There's so much to talk about. Let's not delay any further. If you're new here, you're into Xbox news and information, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Let's begin by heading over to Windows Central Gaming, where Jez Gordon, dad of Xbox, had the scoop. He starts off by writing, Xbox will host a new Developer Direct game show with Arcane, Bethesda, and more. Here's when. I heard that there was an Xbox showcase on the horizon back in December, as we discussed on our Xbox 2 podcast, but I've since been able to lock the information down with a variety of sources familiar with Microsoft's plans. It seems the show will be called Developer Direct and may be part of a new
and this is confirmed
initiative from Microsoft and Xbox to offer information on upcoming games more frequently outside of the major E3 and Game Awards marketing beats. From what we understand, the Developer Direct show,
and that's a really interesting idea. Like, it's a fresh view of transparency that most major studios aren't really doing nowadays, you know? Like, it's actually somewhat refreshing. Did the cameras shift again? They totally did, didn't they? Did they wiggle down? They wiggled down. God, mother. It's wavy. Here, I'll adjust it.
is slated for January 25th at 12 p.m. Pacific time on Xbox's official channels on Twitch and YouTube, although these dates may be subject to change. The show will be hosted by both Xbox and Bethesda with deep dives into Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, and content from ZeniMax Online Studios. From what we understand, this won't be a full-blown E3 scale kind of show, and will be a more intimate look at some of the upcoming exclusives.
I love intimate looks.
As such, we've heard Starfield may even be skipping this show for a bigger marketing beat later on. The Developer Direct Showcase will hopefully be the beginning of a more frequent marketing cycle for the company, as many fans have asked Microsoft to look to Nintendo's Direct-style show to keep the news cycle going. We expect
people ask for that, though, and let's be real, nobody gets more pissed off than Nintendo fans about those Directs. Because those Directs are always like, oh, we're going to see Breath of the Wild now, and then it's nothing but weird indie titles, and that's it. Vexner, thank you. My camera's glitching hard. Jeez, man.
Vexner3 donated $10 through Super Chat.
That's weird.
Would you respond to a game review with high praise that goes against the mainstream narrative and engage with points, instead of laugh, mock? Many YT creators don't even engage with the other side. JW. Smiley face.
Appreciate the $10 for one. Game review with high praise that goes against the mainstream narrative and engage with points instead of laugh and mock. Many YouTubers don't even engage with the other side. I'm not sure what JW means. Or just wondering, maybe. I think, like, are you saying if there's like a review for a game that's generally disliked? Because with high praise that goes against the mainstream narrative. So, like, a review that's really positive towards a game that most people disliked. And engage with the points. I'd like to think I would. I mean, I think, like, even reviews that tend to be negative, if I feel like the points are bad, then we'll dismiss it. Same with High on Life. We did that. So, like people who called Gotham Knights a masterpiece? Yeah, no, Gotham Knights, like that. I mean, I guess we could point at that. We just ran into this recently where we were responding to that Podcast Now guy. And he said that Gotham Knights was not really a broken game. And like that's something where, for me, my issues with Gotham Knights I explained in our little critique of it. And the thing is, like, usually if I have negative views of a game, I usually have reasons for having negative views of those games. And so unless the review does something that, like, explains something I had never considered, that really causes, like, a moment of realization, I probably just disagree with the points made in the review. Like, people who really love Gotham Knights, they probably love Gotham Knights despite all the bugs and stuff. And for me, those bugs and glitches and stuff have a hugely negative impact on the perception I have of the game and how I recommend it and evaluate it. So, yeah, it's I guess just different, but I would say we try very hard to evaluate claims like that individually, but also we don't tend to react to reviews of games. I'll usually review it myself and then we can evaluate. And so my opinion of the game has already been built out. But I mean, I would say if you have an example, like a specific example of something, I would consider it. I'd like to see. Similar to Callisto Protocol. Yeah, I thought people were too hard on Callisto Protocol. And I said that. I thought that the complaints over the dodge mechanic, people saying it was the worst dodge mechanic in recent history, I thought that was a ridiculous thing to say. So, like, there's times where I agree with the positive or parts of these positive reviews that go against the grain. But, like, if you're expecting me to watch a video review that I initially disagree with that goes against the grain, and then I watch it and all of a sudden my mind is completely changed on the game, that's probably... It's just not likely, because usually I've already played the games that we're looking at. So, I don't know. But if you have an example, I'd like to hear it. Thank you for the $10 again.
Microsoft will make the show official as soon as this week, so be sure to keep an eye out. And it seems like that very well may be true, as Aaron Greenberg has already tweeted that this is going to be a fun week, and he's excited to see it progress. So, we'll talk about Starfield in its potential absence. I don't want to overreact until we officially know, but don't worry.
I'm going to overreact. You can't stop me.
Sorry, I have my thoughts on that. What I want to talk about is what we have a pretty good feeling will be there, but I think more importantly is this format. Number one, shameless copycat. Look, the best artists are copycats. And here we have Xbox having something literally with direct in the name. Developer, direct. There you go. And it makes sense, right? A direct line to the developer, a intimate look at the games that'll be there. This is something that's sorely needed for Xbox as they continue to grow. I think since they acquired Bethesda, it was needed, but then as you see Game Pass ramp up with day one deals in there, with just games you want to show off, going to Game Pass in there, when exclusives ramp up on a third-party capacity, something like a High on Life, or your first-party studios, which are eventually going to have a ton of stuff to show with not enough showcases to hold it with those major marketing beats. And then you...
I mean, I'll be real. I think the only reason why this works for Bethesda, I don't think the Nintendo Directs are the best way for Nintendo to do stuff. To be clear, I think that those Directs often harm Nintendo more than they help them. Gets people hyped up, then the people are disappointed. Like, I don't think it actually helps. But for Xbox, it's specifically because they have a regular rotation of games coming and leaving Game Pass. So having these regular events where they can show you stuff that's, oh, this game out of nowhere is coming from Steam to Game Pass. Awesome. That stuff helps, and that stuff's good. And so that's why I think that this is something that's particularly good for Xbox, even though initially it doesn't sound like that interesting of an idea.
You also have Bethesda. Oh, and by the way, if the Activision deal goes through, that's a whole slew of games that you're going to have room to talk about. And eventually, you're either going to have bloated segments within showcases that are 3+ hours long, which for many sounds pretty good, but for me, no, let's spread the wealth a little bit, which is what option 2 is. Okay, we're going to have a lot of stuff to showcase across all of these different channels, all of these different outlets. Let's do this show that's a little more intermittent in between the big marketing beats and give fans something to chew on. You see, Xbox's biggest mistake outside of, I think, announcing things too early was not feeding fans any form of information on those already announced projects. Now, I totally respect their approach of, we're not going to force, say, Playground Games to talk about Fable until they're well and ready. That approach is definitely the healthiest, but some type of word-of-mouth update on the progress of it or how it's looking would help in a lot of these games. How's Avowed going? You know, I think the idea of pretending that Avowed wasn't promised to be shown very soon and then we haven't seen it for multiple years now could be concerning depending on who you ask. So hopefully this show will alleviate that.
I would agree. I mean, I think that they do need to have a little bit more regularity because the perception, again, I've said it before, the perception is often more important than the reality. And in this case, I think the perception of the audience more generally is that Xbox doesn't have games, Xbox can't compete with Sony, blah, 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 even if that's not necessarily true. But that's the perception that the average consumer has. And so they need to shake it. They need to find a way to buck that trend. And all it would really take is some more regular announcements, not announcing stuff super, super early so that they can show stuff off earlier. And, or so that they can show stuff off when it's like more consistently and regularly, instead of, we announced it 5 years ago, here's the trailer finally, and it looks completely different. I think it'd be better if they just had like, we're going to announce stuff and then the game is out within a year. No exceptions. Like, by the time we announce it, it needs to be on the clear path to releasing, you know? So I think that would help.
As it will serve as more so a distraction for many from the other games they're looking forward to. So I think this format, again, is much needed as Xbox continues to grow, as they continue to invest in different mediums. And of course, they've already said, after Activision, they're not done acquiring studios. So they're going to continue to expand the Xbox family. And as they do that, there's going to be more ground to cover. This show is perfect, and I feel like we're going to hear more from them than any.
Yeah, who do they go after they scoop up Activision Blizzard? I think it's pretty clear at this point, especially after this Ubisoft stuff. I think they have to go to Ubisoft and say, listen, guys, this ain't going well for you. You want out. You want a saving grace. You want to get your crazy big check and ride off into the sunset. Let's do it. We just want the rights to Assassin's Creed, to Far Cry. Gimme, gimme. The tricky thing being that the Guillemot brothers really, really love... I'm doing this backwards. God, mother. They really freaking love having the power and the control. So I think that will complicate it, but still.
Any of the big three, because they're just going to have that much to show when it's all said and done. Plus, Game Pass being a machine of its own, you could have a Game Pass show, you will. I hope they don't, because then you're spreading it a little too thin. I just think the idea of showcasing updates for games you have deals with is smart, because it creates that ecosystem feel. What I'm hoping for, though, is this won't be a Twitch gaming type of showcase. My biggest problem with ID at Xbox has nothing to do with the publishing of their games, the quality checking of their games. All of that is fantastic. Even the marketing, for the most part, is pretty good. It's that ID at Xbox Twitch gaming showcase that I think is really perplexing. And I'm hoping that Developer Direct just slides on it as the nice replacement for that, because I think that'll be healthy for the developers. The reason I don't like that showcase, for those who don't know my thoughts on it, is I personally believe that that showcase, being Twitch gaming, does more damage to the games than actually helps them, because there are bloated talking segments. A lot of it revolves around the Twitch streamer.
Oh, and dear God, they're so cringy. Have you guys seen those? Oh my God, they're so painful to watch. It's bad. It's real bad. Because it does turn into like an ego trip for the streamer, where they feel like $1 million because they're worth well more than that. And it's just the Ninja show or the Tim the Tatman show. And it's just cringe and, oh, it's terrible.
There's more than the games. These games are already struggling to, punch above their weight, let alone being swamped by ego. And I say that as a content creator, I just think this would be the better route. So I hope this kind of steps in as a substitute where you can show off wonderful looking indies. Also, when Xbox reveals this, we need to kind of pay attention to how they communicate it. How do they check expectations? When they announce it, do they say, like Jez said here, you're going to see Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, and a ZeniMax Online Studios update? If we get
Hold on.
that type of Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport.
I'm not the only one. You guys give me crap because every once in a while I accidentally say Forza instead of Forza. He does it too. It's not just me. Leave me alone.
And a ZeniMax Online Studios update. If we get that type of communication, that's good, because you're checking expectations at that point. It's not like one of those tune in for the Xbox third-party gameplay showcase where we have a lot to show you, and a lot of people were disappointed with that one, as there was no real gameplay there outside of, I think, Scarlet Nexus. So that's the other thing we want to check here. How will Xbox deliver the message? How will they market it? I think that's going to be really key in how they handle this, because Nintendo, there is that built-in excitement when they just randomly drop an email in your inbox or randomly drop a tweet and they say, we will be hosting a Direct in 2 days. See you then. Maybe it's because there's a built-in trust there, but, there's always that excitement that a Nintendo Direct is going to deliver, because it's so rare. But I feel like so many people walk away complaining. Me, I never do. I feel like Nintendo Direct is scary.
I always do, because I'm always baffled that they do these big announcements and then it's all super niche, random crap that nobody really cares about.
Very consistent. I don't know how they keep doing it.
Okay,
Anyway.
you guys are saying I'm right now? Is it Forza, or is it Forza? I'm being gaslit right now. I don't know what's happening. My mind is melting. Fortnite. Okay.
Okay, those are my thoughts on the general format. Let's talk about the content within and not really there at all. So what's going to be there, apparently, according to Jez, is pretty much everything that was promised for the first half of the year outside of Starfield. So what you have here is Redfall, Minecraft Legends, Forza Motorsport, and content from ZeniMax Online Studios. Now, with Redfall, this makes a lot of sense because this is apparently coming out in May, and this is one that does need more marketing as far as I'm concerned. Now, it's got a lot of interviews and coverage on IGN. We got a couple trailers for it. We've seen this one the most, so it just makes sense that it's going to have the most presence at the first developer direct. And I'm excited to see more on it because they just dropped another big piece over on Games Radar covering Redfall and how it's more like Arcane's attempt at a Far Cry game. Not speaking my language here for Arcane. I'm not going to lie, man. That's not what I'm looking to hear. I'm not a crazy Ubisoft fan.
Especially after Far Cry 6 and some of the recent stuff they've been doing. We listened to that dialogue on Monday in that stream. And some of the dialogue, man, it ain't hitting. Some of the dialogue in Redfall is rough. Super cringe. So we'll see if they pull it off, but
Fan and their games have tired me out. So when you're trying to create your own version of that, not the best way to talk about it, but read the article. It's insightful. It gives you an idea of what they're going for at the minimum. But point being, we've heard a lot about it. We've seen an okay amount from it. It's time for another big show out to start marketing to that May window. I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us because it's much like all these games we're going to talk about, been since the summer showcase that we got a true full-fledged look at the game, an expansive gameplay deep dive. And I'm curious how long they'll show the games for here. Will they be quick trailers and we'll be in and out in 20 minutes? Will the final game be that long 8 to 15 minute look at it? I'm curious how they go about it. But anyway, the next game here is Minecraft Legends, kind of a sleeper in the heart of the first half of the year. Something that I don't think a lot of Xbox fans are talking about, but I do think this game looks great. It's just that I think for some people, oh, Minecraft's for kids, and I get the mindset.
I don't think I've seen this at all. What is this?
Kind of fallen out of love with Minecraft. I don't think it's bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I grinded it in high school a lot. I've had my time with Minecraft. I've kind of moved on from it. It's not one of those cemented favorites of all time that I can just keep going back to. You know, it served its purpose for me and my friend group, and it got us to socialize a little bit more online, and that was it. So I remember it fondly, but Minecraft Legends is like an RTS. So now we're speaking my language a little bit more, and it looks like a really fun time. So I like how they're playing with the IP here, and it's something worth paying attention to, because even if you don't care about Minecraft, Xbox has said that they want to take the Minecraft approach to Call of Duty. So think of the spin-offs.
What?
For Minecraft and what it's getting that's super unexpected, and you can apply the same mindset to Call of Duty. And that is really exciting because that's the biggest IP in the gaming industry. And if you start making RTS and turn-based games out of that, I mean, who knows what's waiting for us in that IP that we never even imagined. Same thing goes for Minecraft. So even if it's not your cup of tea, it's still, I think...
What the hell is even that? Yeah, I don't really know what that means. They want to do the Xbox thing, or the Minecraft thing with Call of Duty. So does that mean they want to have you buy it like once and then it's free updates forever? Do they mean like they want to do some weird spin-off titles? Like I don't know what it means to do a Minecraft thing. Like I don't understand that.
Worth paying attention to. Forza Motorsport. This is the one that I know is going to kind of arrive in the spring window. much like Forza Horizon did, where no one's talking about it. It arrives, it's going to review stupid well. It's going to be this new bar of racing game quality, barring any type of monetization. I think Turn 10 has earned our trust, though, that they're going to deliver a home run. And then suddenly it's going to be the talk of the town. I can see it now. It's not going to be the hot one coming out of the showcase. But when it drops, people are going to be talking about it. Because it's a, you know, look, it's not the sexiest one for many people who create content, write articles, etc., etc. But Forza is an Xbox staple, whether we like it or not. I remember when I got my first original Xbox, it came packaged in with a Forza Motorsport game. Did I play it? No, I played NFL Fever, which I believe also came in that package. And then Jet Set Radio as well. Dude, the launch games for the original Xbox, I think it came with the Clone Wars game too. It was a great time. But anyway, oh, and Tetris, the double pack. Wasn't that crazy? But anyway, Forza Motorsport.
But anyway, wow. Yeah, the people that are really into racing games are really, really into racing games. I've found that there's not a lot of overlap, but the people who are into Forza play like nothing but, and they're crazy into it.
Sport, I think this is kind of a guaranteed home run for Xbox. It's one that they should have a lot of confidence in. For me, not the one I'm most excited about. So this showcase is looking a little, I don't want to say soft, but I'm kind of in the middle on Redfall. I'm opening up to it a little bit more, but when I hear Far Cry, you're not really winning me over there. Racing isn't my thing. Minecraft, not in love with it, but excited for Legends. Curious what that's going to be. And the last one I'm really interested in is ZeniMax Online Studios. Now, I've said for a while, you can go ahead, check the tapes. Mr. Matty has said for a while that I think this is a team that's going to announce their game within the next year. And I think that it's time to. We've had Elder Scrolls Online for a while. Support for that should continue. That game is awesome. But they have been amassing a massive team over there to work on a brand new IP that they've been talking about a little bit towards the end of the year. And you may have forgotten this, but they have 200 plus people working on a brand new game that they've been churning away on for a good number of years now. This thing should be ready to be talked about if it's been in the pipeline for as long as ZeniMax Online Studios has claimed it is. And they've been hiring for it. Their team is massive. I mean, this feels like a no-brainer to me. And that is the kind of X factor to this show. We have this known quantity in Redfall, a known quantity in Forza, a known quantity in Minecraft Legends. But when it comes to ZeniMax, if they show out with this new IP, that could be a big deal. Is it going to be a single-player exclusive title? Is it going to be a massive multiplayer online game? I'll be very...
Imagine if they come out with what people want the day before to be, like a grounded, post-apocalyptic zombie survival MMO. Easy money. I think that's easy money, but especially because I think the day before is going to just tank. I think it's going to be received horribly, but we'll see.
Be keen to find out, but that's the one.
Yeah, Andre, I'm sorry. Lego Titanic. Yes, we're slowly chipping away at it.
I'm putting on the bingo card as the X factor here. Whatever ZeniMax Online Studios is showing up with, I think it's going to be the new IP. Now, I could be reading a little bit too much in between the lines here. Jez said content from ZeniMax Online Studios. It could just be general updates on what's happening with Elder Scrolls Online. And if so, that does change the perspective a little bit on what a developer direct can be, because that means things like Sea of Thieves, Forza Horizon 5, Forza Motorsport, Halo Infinite, games that get updates within the Xbox ecosystem will have a platform here, and that can fatten up the show a little bit. And for some, under-deliver if they're not within those specific ecosystems. So this will be a fascinating lesson for all of us as we get into it. I'm excited for it on format alone. I don't know if this show and the content there is calling my name outside of ZeniMax Online Studios and a little bit with Redfall, and to some degree Minecraft Legends, like to a small degree, but otherwise it's really about the idea of delivering something every so often that gives us updates on things happening within the Xbox ecosystem. Now, don't worry, I didn't forget, we got to talk a bit about Starfield missing here. I don't want to get too crazy with this, but I'm going to just run with the theory I've been saying for a little bit now. There's two ways you look at it. It depends if you're a glass half full kind of dude or a glass half empty kind of.
I struggle with being a glass half empty guy, especially with Bethesda. I mean, they've screwed us so many times. At this point, I'm just like, eh. You can go with Andrew, but it's another name. I'll go with Andrew. Let's see. Did you ever? Yeah, Skull and Bones. Man, no wonder they never responded to my email asking for access to pre-release coverage. No wonder. It's like they knew months ago that this was going to get delayed again.
Kind of dude. If your glass half full, it's Todd Howard has said for a while, yeah, I want to wait as long as possible between reveal and release for my games. Since Starfield was already shown off, announced, revealed, we had the gameplay deep dive, we've talked about it a little bit. I could see the mindset within Bethesda Game Studios being, next time we show it, maybe February, maybe March, put the release date on it then, and put it in the release date in June. And you don't got to wait long to get your hands on it, and then just go balls to the wall marketing campaign to the point where the excitement is so unbelievably hard to contain. That's the glass half full mentality. The glass half empty mentality is, well, maybe it's in trouble. Maybe it's getting a delay, a conversation certainly that we've entertained here on the channel a lot. Maybe it's just not coming along as smoothly. Whatever Bethesda Game Studios wants to deliver, I'm ready for the
Maybe they overpromised and are going to underdeliver. I don't know.
The peak fiction. To conclude, that's everything I had to say about Developer Direct, about what will be there, what won't be there, and any concerns I may or may not have about Starfield. So it's time for you to speak. What do you have to say? Fire away in the comments down below. I'm looking forward to seeing your thoughts. Other than that, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. Those links are in the description down below. And a big thank you.
Shout out to Maddie. I don't know. The Starfield stuff still weirds me out. I don't know. I just haven't seen anything that really connects me with it. And the fact, like, they're promising so much, and I just haven't seen it really working, that worries me. That worries me. Oh, you see, they added a bunch of views back. This morning, this count was at like 42. So YouTube added a bunch of views back, so they figured it out. Twitter's furious about the pre-orders. Yeah, shocker. Expecto Go. So this is one of the guys I'm gonna do a collab with, by the way. And you'll recognize him because he was on the showcase. He went to the studio and met with the devs. And he's just like a very genuine person, very giddy, and just seems like a fun person to be around. But and he runs this, I think, is it his girlfriend or wife? I think it's his wife. But they run this channel together and they go through this stuff. And he's got some interesting thoughts on it that I hadn't considered before, and some information I didn't know about. So yeah, I don't know. Hidden details, Merlin's wand. Let's see, I just watched this guy. I don't have much faith in Todd Howard, bless his holy name, anymore. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish that this works out. I really wish that they figured out, but you want to see like old school stuff? Oh, what we could do. Hold on. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but somebody doubted me on stream the other day. I said that for Starfield, I was like, I don't know how the gun system works in the Creation Engine anymore, but when they built the gun mechanics back for Fallout 3, they tried to get the bow and arrow system working for the gun system. They basically reworked bow and arrows into the shape of a gun and then tried to make that system work. It didn't work, and then they had to write it from scratch. But it's in this little documentary that they described that. People doubted me. You guys ready for some 2008 production quality?
We wanted to have more than one thing in our pocket.
Young Todd. Young Todd. Wow. Wow. the legend, the man, the myth.
That we didn't just want to do an Elder Scrolls, then an Elder Scrolls, and an Elder Scrolls. We knew we wanted to be in a similar vein in terms of we wanted open world, we wanted, you know, kind of role-playing elements and things like this. And we made a list of things that we might want to do. At the top of the list was Fallout.
Fallout 1 to me is like the pinnacle of the post-apocalyptic gameplay.
So fun fact, Emil Pagliarulo, this guy, he's lost like 250 pounds. He's now like really buff and he still works there. He's like the lead writer on Starfield and Fallout 4 and all that. But he lost a ton of weight. So if you see him now, like you could, I mean, I guess we could look it up. Because I follow him on Twitter. Emil Pagliarulo. This is him now. Good for him, right? Lost a ton of weight. Yeah, this is him. Isn't that crazy? Good for him, right? Huge dubs, yeah. So this is the guy that like wrote the Fus Roda and the all the chants in Skyrim and everything. If you like Bethesda stuff, you probably like it because of this guy. Yeah, look, he's bursting at the seams of the shirt. Yeah, he swung the other way completely. So props to him. But this is him back in the day, back in like 2008, 2009. So he's done a lot. He was active on IGN's message boards back into the 2000s, added people on Xbox Live and shit. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, it's super cool.
And looking at the story and the characters in there were really inspiring.
We felt in that world and the systems they have in Fallout 1, coupled with the way we put things together, we sort of became obsessed. Like, this is the game. We have to make this game.
Yeah, one of the things I'm most worried about Starfield, and I know it's selfish and stupid, there's none of this cinematic kill cam anymore. They haven't shown it off at all, which I can't imagine that's a super heavyweight system to put on. But they cut it out, apparently. You never stop being fat on the inside? I know, I never have. I still have the same mindset as when I was a super chubby baby. Same thing.
A bunch of the people who run the company knew the people at Interplay. We pestered them and pestered them. Like, are you guys using Fallout? They weren't doing anything with it. Can we do something? And eventually they said yes.
It's now ours, and we have always taken the approach that Fallout 3...
Pete Hines with black hair. Now Pete Hines, completely white hair. It's weird. This is a throwback. But here, he was the product manager. Now he's like the head honcho at Bethesda Softworks. So he leveled up. He really climbed the ranks. But it's really interesting to look back at this and to like see how far each of these people came. You see their titles and like how they're dressed and what they're wearing, how they act. And then you look at them now, a solid like 15 years later, and you see how far they've come, how much they've leveled up in the company that they're at. And it's kind of crazy.
Is being made as if we made the first two. Well, that means we do what we do, which is we reinvent, we look at what works, what didn't. We're not afraid to make changes, we're not afraid to try new things, and we're going to try and sort of move the genre forward and move gaming forward.
Our game is set 30-some years after the events of Fallout 2, so we didn't want to step on their fiction, but the story itself is something that we came up with based on the themes of the original Fallout. It's 30 years after the events of Fallout 2, but it's 200 years after the original atomic holocaust. So in our game, things have actually gotten worse. You know, society hasn't progressed. You know, humanity is struggling to survive. There's radiation sickness and people don't have fresh, clean water, and like, people are pretty well screwed. You leave the safety of your vault into this world, you know, it's your big decision. Am I gonna help these people, or am I gonna, you know, do my own thing and serve my own selfish needs?
We felt we needed to do something new with
that. I'll do that. It is really fun, though I find it genuinely difficult to play like a super selfish, crazy person run and to just play like a psychopath maniac. Like, these are digital characters. I can reload and they'll be fine. But I like actually struggle with it. I always want to be a nice guy.
Role-playing in guns, that we couldn't just do a pure first-person shooter thing. So how can we kind of bridge that gap between what my character can do that I've made in the game and what I, the player, can do? Something I always wrestle with.
Our game is primarily first person. So when you have guns in first person, the bar has been raised. You know, you've got Halo 3, Call of Duty 4, you get to approach that level, but it's tough because we're an RPG, not a shooter. What we definitely wanted to do with the gun stuff is not do everything that everyone else has done. So, you know, we have some weapons that you can craft and some unique weapons, you know, like the rocket launcher that shoots all the crap you find in the world. It can shoot it as projectiles. One of the things we realized is with Oblivion, most of the combat is melee combat. So everybody's, you know, charging you in up close and personal. Not so with guns. People stay back, they take cover. We really had to compensate for that.
What we're doing technically with Fallout 3, we're drawing twice as much stuff on the screen and faster, right? So our actual ability to put things on the screen and have them look cool or be cool or do more with characters, explosions, whatever we want, it's, you know, a large factor above Oblivion.
What's funny is, like, at the time, this was cutting edge. And now you look back at it, and Fallout 3 has aged the worst of a lot of games from 2008. Like, it's rough. But at the time, it was like cutting edge tech. It really was.
Our problem is we can't stop ourselves. Fallout's one of those examples of the game, when we started, was about half the size.
I look at the game overall, and it's remarkably similar to, you know, what we had envisioned. There are some really big plot points that changed for the better.
You emerge from these vaults, and you don't know what's happened. So it's the optimism of this retro 50s world, and it's all destroyed. That people are still getting on. They're still trying to do their hair right, and if they had hairspray, they'd use it. It's like, you know what? Don't look at the destroyed crater and the smoking thing behind me. It's all cool, we'll have some cigars and martinis later.
You just managed to get yourself into all sorts of trouble, don't you?
That's what I love about Fallout. It doesn't take itself too seriously because the reality is so frightening and so depressing. It feels like you leave that vault, and the only thing you take with you is this piece of technology strapped to your wrist that becomes your sort of lifeline. It's that immersion thing. It's keeping you in the game.
We're big believers in immersion because ultimately our goal is...
I don't believe in immersion. Get rid of it.
We want to see productivity decline. We want sick days to go up. We want people staying up until 5 o'clock in the morning because they had no idea what time it was and they just had to do that one more quest and they have to get up for work in an hour.
Dude, I miss those games. I haven't had a game like that probably since... I mean, Elden Ring was like that. Elden Ring I spent a lot of time with, but like maybe once a year you get a game where you just can't stop. Like you just have to keep going. One more quest. And it's like a magical thing. It's great when it happens and also horrible. But yeah, there's nothing quite like that feeling of just having that new obsession, you know? Yeah, once a year if we're lucky. Yeah, for real. Cameron, thanks for dropping by, my friend. Appreciate you.
I think one of the things that we try to do really well are the worlds that are very, very realized. So for the moments you're in them, the amount of times you say, I wonder if I can... Oh, I can.
That sound designer, still at Bethesda as well, as far as I know. Also the head lead designer of audio on Skyrim and I believe Fallout 4 as well.
I wonder if I can. Oh, I can. It gives you a level of attachment, you know, to the person you're playing in the game.
Making the smokestack.
Fallout is just such a unique, wonderful world to explore. I think it fits the kind of games we make perfectly. It's an open-ended environment, lots of characters, really interesting game systems.
If you can make whatever the repetitive action is really entertaining, like that's where the rubber meets the road in a lot of these games. So this is something I know the player's going to do 1,000 times. Make that as entertaining as you can, and the rest of it is pretty much great.
We had the story written, and we had the outlines for all the quests, but then, you know, we have a lot of talented designers here. We wanted to pass that stuff on to them, so they would be given the rough outlines of these, you know, miscellaneous quests, and then they would have the freedom to flesh those out themselves.
Ah, welcome, weary traveler. You look like a traveler in need of relaxation and the finest of chemical assistance.
Design is an iterative process. You need to leave room to change as you go. So having a design doc that thick at the outset is actually not that healthy. I think we did a much better job this time around than we did in Oblivion. We had builds of the game, and we actually themed those builds according to the things we wanted to see in the game. So we had a combat build, a creature build.
We had a build that was just called Guns. And all the build was about
this right here
was shooting guns. Like, how do they feel in your hand? And so there was no, it must do this, it must do this, it must do this. It's just about guns. And that kind of will get us on a path of something that is just a lot more fun.
Never mind,
we
not
can sit in
that.
a meeting for hours and debate, the pluses and minuses of it. And then we'll put it in the game, and in 30 seconds, anybody watching this would go, this is terrible. Or, great. And you don't have to, sometimes you just overthink it. So we try to force ourselves more to put it in the game and play with it as soon as possible, and you just know instantly.
There have certainly been first-person RPGs that have had guns before, but I think it's been a while since PC players have had a game like that. On the console side, I think people have been wanting something like that for a long time, Give me a game that has the gunplay of Gears of War or Call of Duty with the depth of an open-world RPG.
It's hilarious to hear them compare Fallout 3's combat to Call of Duty. Like, even in 2008. That's a bold statement. Like, oh baby, that's bold.
RPG.
And I hope that eventually, someday, maybe many years from now, that we are just as well known for Fallout as the Elder Scrolls, because
I find that a really cool thing. Like, they said all the way back then, one day we want to be as well known for Fallout as for the Elder Scrolls. And you see the hype around Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, and they definitely achieved that. They really did. So props to them. I mean, it sounded crazy back then, but they pulled it off. So props.
right now they are both our children.
It is so different. It's this weird, like, Tomorrowland gone awry. And that in itself is gold for someone like me to come in and try to, help create that world. So it's pure escapist entertainment. It's crazy, and you try not to get wrapped up on the seriousness of it.
There are moments where you think about it and you wonder if you're being irresponsible. The good news is the people the game is for get it, but sometimes you talk to people, and I'm the worst person at a cocktail party. I mean, you go and they say, oh, what do you do? It's like, I make video games. What kind? The kind where you shoot people? Yeah, kind of. Are they really violent? Like, where's it set? In DC? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, it's all blown up. And then they just turn around. They don't want to talk to you anymore. Like, that guy's sick.
It's the signature of a Bethesda Game Studio game is you're going to have a big open-ended world. You're going to be able to walk anywhere you want. If you see something in the distance, you're going to be able to walk to it, and you're going to be able to open it up, and you're going to find lots of cool stuff there.
We've gotten better with our animation stuff, is leagues above what it was in Oblivion.
That says a lot, that they're saying Fallout 3's animation stuff is way better than it was before. Like, oh man. It's really, I find this stuff so cool to go back and be like, at the time in 2008, this game represented huge leaps in tech. And it's weird to think of, but like Bethesda Game Studios was at one point considered like an industry leader in tech. Like, we look at Rockstar and we're like, oh, their tech is amazing. It looks so photorealistic, and the movement animation systems, the dynamic stuff is so cool. There was a time when Bethesda was like that. They just, after Skyrim, like, they fell behind real quick when it came to Fallout 4 and then Fallout 76. And so, like, for 10 years, their tech has not really progressed. Maybe Starfield will be the first step back. I don't know. But we'll see. If Fallout has Call of Duty gun combat, then Skyrim has Dynasty Warriors combat. Basically, I mean, you can see, like, that's the vision. Didn't quite pull it off.
Our portrayal of characters as realistic people, I think, have gone above and beyond.
It's a big world out there, honey, full of all sorts of people. What about you? What sort of person are you going to be? It's very, very interesting that there's a group of people who have hope for what's left of humanity. It's a very compelling story, and the young hero or heroine has to go through a series of tests, both ethical and moral as well as physical, and I think it's very, very good.
Despite the destruction and despite like how depressing some of the scenes may be, they're a pure charm, and some of those are like violence done in ridiculous manner. And some of those are align somebody.
Okay, real quick. Big moment. You ready? we're going to put this in. So we have the smokestack, and then we have the housing for it. And they had me install these little braces. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to put this in, and then these little joints are going to click into these, and I'm going to push those in, and it's going to lock in place, okay? So red, matching with red. Slides down. Make sure we're not skipping any steps. And then squeeze, squeeze, and it's in place. Look at that. That's sexy. That's beautiful. Wow. Okay. Anyway, sorry to get distracted.
He says,
Moriarty pisses in his still. Crazy bastard thinks it's hilarious.
there are very few ideas that you can't put into a Fallout game. You know, something else that's more serious fantasy, you'd say, wrong flavor. But here, you know, you can have a robot that goes around asking for friends and cutting their heads off, or, you know, anything you want to do. Being private and publishing our own stuff lets us take risks that a lot of people can't. We're in a pretty fortunate position of having the time and the creative freedom to do games like this. We sort of feel like we like it a lot, and if we execute it well, it'll find an audience that it makes us enough money to do the next game.
You have a smaller group of people, they tend to cling to each other a little more tightly. We tend to believe in each other a little more. You know, sort of the idea that it's us against the world. No other help is coming. If we're gonna get it done, it's gonna be the folks here. And when I started in '99, it was a little group of folks. You know, the development team was 10, 12 guys. It was Todd and his small little band working away on Morrowind then. Even though we've grown and gotten a lot bigger, I don't think we've lost that feeling. I think that there are enough of us from those days, and just about everybody from that first team is still here.
Someone was playing and did the Megaton quest, and it was priceless. He just hit the switch, and you see the mushroom cloud in the background. He just sort of sat back in his chair, and with this big smile on his face. And then he checked his Pip-Boy to check his karma. It said evil. I said, yep, that'll do it.
That's a pretty big element in the game. When you do something evil, we've tried to make it very visually entertaining, and then the game tells you, you've lost karma, you're a bad person.
Yeah, the 360p era. Oh, baby.
That was a lot of the reason we wanted to make it. That it was, oh, this is just so cool. And the pushback that I would get, that's like 10 years old. Like, cool is cool forever, man. This is gonna be cool 50 years from now.
In terms of art design, Fallout 3, we had several goals. One of them was to be true to the original games and to sort of, you know, look at those as inspiration, but at the same time updated to Blu-ray standards as far as the technology goes, and also just kind of inject a lot more realism and detail that you expect in a primarily first-person game. But as far as the aesthetics go, it definitely was a challenge in terms of creating a huge, destroyed, devastated world that was still pretty, fun to explore, and felt like the DC area.
I try to draw what I see in my head, and the part that I see the clearest I tend to draw first. So I try to make things very story driven, and that'll help me when I'm really, really stumped. I'll say, all right, what do I see in my head? And all right, if we got Ward Cleaver and he's kind of scared, but you know, he found some whiskey and a shotgun. All right, you know, things start to coagulate, and I think a lot of times these characters and situations are really, for me, they're found. And I feel like I'm documenting something that I found, and if it's unclear, it's because, well, I haven't quite found it yet.
In terms of the art specifically, you know, we were kind of given a lot of liberty to sort of decide how we want to reinterpret the game, because there's really so much you can do. You know, jumping up from 64 by 64.
This is it. Then a third of it's done.
To full screen thing. So a lot of it was just based on instinct in terms of the artist, and you know, if we're going to redesign a certain character, if we were going to like take Mr. Handy and what's the new Mr. Handy going to look like? It's like, you know, we wanted a connection there, but at the same time we want to do something new and take it in a new direction, give it a new spin, just to make it feel a little more fresh.
I have an interest in all things 50s because I think there's a certain charisma with the music, with the automobiles, with the clothing style, the sort of jet set Frank Sinatra Rat Pack. in a flying car with a martini in one hand and he's going to a big band concert. There's something that's always fun about that. And so designing any of these characters and then throwing them into the wasteland, the dark humor kicked in for me when I imagined Ward Cleaver being pushed out of his bunker, and now he's in the wasteland and he's looking for, you know, fresh tobacco for his pipe, and here comes a raider over the, you know, the top of the horizon. What better kind of thing to draw do you have? I mean, that's a comic book in itself.
In the game design, there's an underlying tone of humor which is appropriate for the franchise, for Fallout. It's definitely a staple of it. How we reflect that in the artwork is more subtle, but there are little things that, for example, we were trying to come up with a list of, all right, what sort of objects and clutter items can we use in our urban landscape in DC, just to fill it up, to clutter it up. And our concept artist, Adam, came up with, he did a sketch of like a coin-operated Fallout shelter.
Do you guys remember these? The coin-operated Fallout shelters that you can go into and find in the world? It's like 25 cents and you'll be saved from the end of the world, but you find bodies inside because they survived the initial blast, but then they starved to death inside the can. It's always super, super funny to me. I love it.
It's just like a little steel tube that you put 50 cents in, go in and close yourself in. You're in a little one-person Fallout shelter in case the bombs happen to drop when you're out shopping and, you know, downtown or something like that. And it's a ridiculous idea, but it's thematically very appropriate for sort of like the culture of the time period, the 1950s kind of naivete that we were trying to achieve. The world is more focused in that it's a very specific area, sort of DC and sort of the surrounding suburbs. It's a large-scale map, and it's a pretty huge world, but it's very tight in that it's basically one region. It's very cohesive.
I was thinking of setting it on the West Coast. Emil really pushed, oh, we should do it out here. And I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if that has the right Fallout feel, you know. But the more we thought about it, it was, oh yeah, we got to. Who can blow up Washington, D.C. better than us?
If you look at the Fallout universe, it was necessary to make a split. To take the series where we wanted to go with it, you wanted to get away from the West Coast. You want to get away from the playground that we knew in 1 and 2. So we came all the way over here. It's what we know. And then there's just a lot of great symbolism in having DC in a post-nuclear landscape. There's lots of great architecture that we all know and love from the area. So it was just a natural fit, I think.
I spend a lot of my time on weekends going through DC with a digital camera. And when you're going around the White House taking pictures of manhole covers, people want to know why.
This was still at the time when people had to specify, oh, I have a digital camera. It wasn't even that, like, at the time when they had the, you know, you were starting to see cell phones super actively taking pictures there. It's like, no, I took this on my cellular camera or my cellular phone, and then I took these pictures on my digital camera. Always found it funny. Mendoza, thank you. He's got them Bundy eyes. A bunch of people have been saying that Todd looks like Ted Bundy. I guess I can kind of get it. He's always had like kind of a skinnier face. I don't know why he does that. See that? Drives me crazy. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that. I'm sure he loves that. I'm sure he's very excited that people think he looks like Ted Bundy. It's not our fault, Todd. You're the one that looks like him. Maybe you should explain that. You know?
Maybe. You're taking pictures of manhole covers around the White House. And I always thought to myself, well, my answer would be very simple. I'm just imagining what this would all look like if it was blown up.
We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how the wasteland around here would actually look. And going and visiting buildings they had knocked down in DC. They knocked down a few buildings, and we would go and click, 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 just to see what destruction down there would look like.
For me, a lot of times when you design the architecture, and especially in the sci-fi sense, and then you walk down that street, there's a lot of material for you to play with. Looking at a lot of buildings, I would walk in Adams Morgan and I'd see a cluster of houses and I'd say, wow, that's amazing. All right, we put a lot of chrome flanges on them, but just the configurations of things would give you ideas, and one would bounce off of the other. So it was a continuous process.
we were able to really stick to the modern vision of DC with just these quirks, this Art Deco stuff that never existed in our world that would have existed in their world if we extrapolate on what these people and their core values are important to them. So the Googie architecture and stuff like that, that all appears. It's there on the sides of the buildings and it's sort of tacked on. So you'll see an ancient neoclassical building that's got metal barricading just sheeted onto the side of it in case of a nuclear strike, like profiteering third-party companies putting the coin-operated vault shelters on the side of the street so you can put a quarter in case there's a blast and hide in there. Just lots of neat little things like that we try to do.
The landmarks we use and the flavor of it, if you're from around here, there's enough of it where you get it, but not so much that it's any sort of handicap to someone who isn't. And the fact that we kind of had an alternate history helped a lot. So because the Fallout universe splits around 1950, we could take great liberties with DC. So we have all these books in Washington, DC, so that the things that were pre the time when we split, we're careful about after that. If a certain thing was built after that, we try actually not even to have it. Or we'll build it in a different way, in a way that we think suits the game better, and our excuse can be, well, in our timeline, they built it different.
All the majors are there, right?
Isn't that a great built-in excuse? Our timeline is different. That's why it's not anywhere near like that. That's why. It's great. It's built in. Just hit level 40. Congrats. Maybe he's like a virtuous serial killer. Maybe he's like a virtuous serial killer who never wanted to hurt real life people, so became a game designer so he could do horrible things in the game instead. It's not a bad outlet, that I guess would be virtuous. Or like the Dexter thing where he's a serial killer but he doesn't want to hurt people, so he kills serial killers and like criminals and people who deserve to die instead. And that's his outlet. I like how we're creating this whole alternative lore around Todd Howard being like a serial killer. Just because like he has kind of a skinny face. That's it. Poor guy.
Right, we've got the Jefferson, plays a big part. The Washington, the Lincoln, the Capitol, the White House. More contemporary stuff like the Air Force Memorial obviously wouldn't be there in their world. But we do try and capture inspirations of some things.
We have so much fun doing this. It's almost a guilty pleasure for us. It really is the best job in the world. So it's like you feel kind of guilty in the game or like in the Capitol building fighting super mutants and like body parts are blowing up. And it's just a big joke. You know what I mean? It's pure escapist entertainment. It's crazy, and you try not to get wrapped up on the seriousness of it.
It's a massive world, and there's a lot of small elements that have to be individually created, which will all come together at some point to sort of finish off the spaces, all the cluttering, all the architecture, all the environments, the lighting, the effects. There are so many elements, and that, a lot of it is just kind of, guessing, okay, whoops. That was a big one.
This morning, a major storm swept through the area. There were 4 separate reports of tornadoes across the region.
Tornadoes in the middle of filming the documentary on it. That's funny. This is why you don't get review codes from Bethesda. Yeah, probably. Todd's like, you can't encourage him. Stop it. I know. Well, recently I got this team out of LA that's been working wonders. I mean, they really are fantastic. And they have started helping me get a hold of people for review codes and stuff. Figuring out who we need to get in contact with, stuff like that. They've been very, very helpful. And they have connections direct to Bethesda, and they have the email addresses you need and the phone numbers. So I've been having them kind of covertly get in contact with these studios that might have put me on some list somewhere, just so that they, like, if they're going to try to throw a fit over me getting a review code, it's like, well, no, we played by the rules. We did it by the book. Sorry that you blacklisted me because I said you did something evil, because you did, but whatever. It's weird, man. Like, sometimes you have to play these weird games with people. You have to, like, not lie, but you have to be a little covert to get access to some of this stuff, and it's weird. I'm sure people like SkillUp never have to bother with it. They just send him codes. But for me, at least, I've taken some or made some bold statements about these companies at times, and so they don't love when I'm that direct. It's an oopsie. Gonna get some sleep, my friend. Get some sleep. It's late there. Do you know have YouTube situation? I don't. I know that they screwed up yesterday. They stopped counting views for like Monday. They stopped counting views for like 4 hours. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's all I've heard about. If there's more drama, I'd be down to know about it. Wouldn't put it past them. Because let's be real, it's kind of amazing that YouTube has enough crap going on like this. Would you consider looking back at Quantum Break? Yeah, I could be convinced of it. I'm not opposed to that. I think that's fine. It's just, so far, like, it's just a matter of scheduling at the end of the day. Okay, you ready for this one to go on? Or should we wait? I'll wait. I'll put them on at the same time. We'll do that. Because this piece, it's going to go on the other side, but it's basically going to fill in the whole side of the ship. It's that whole thing.
Get back to nav meshing.
You don't need computers. Draw it up. Where are you going?
You hear they just yelled at them to go and get to work nav meshing? That's something like engines now, they just do. They just nav mesh for you. Which is basically where it creates the perimeters for where players can walk and move and stuff. And it used to be a thing that they would always have to do by hand. Now most engines just basically do it based on the level layout that you set up, and they just handle it. But back in the day, like in all of these documentaries about making Fallout 3 and Skyrim and stuff, they had to do it all by hand. So it's kind of a throwback.
Triangles is frame rate.
Yeah, Taco, we reacted to that earlier in the stream. It's pretty cool. It's cool to see.
We had some electric storms pass through and basically down power lines, trees went down. It was pretty insane. We lost power for a good, I would say about 8 to 10 hours. It happened around 3 o'clock yesterday. It's a little weird because usually, you know, when it rains around here, we do lose power for like a brief 2-3 minutes. So, you know, it was kind of like business as usual, but then the power never came back. At this point, I don't see a lot of changes affecting, like, you know, data side. No one should be waiting on that. And if it's that important, we'll bring it over. We have a big milestone coming up next week. So that meeting actually was all about how do we get the game ready for this milestone. And, you know, there are people who will stay here as late as they need to and to get stuff done. We've had stuff like this happen before. We've put builds on planes and flown people, you know, to save time. It's amazing the things that you'll do to get things done.
When the power went out the other day, a bunch of us went over to well, let's get out of here, the power's out. So we went over to the supermarket, and the power was out there. But they had enough emergency power to run the cash registers. So they're feel free, you can buy whatever you want, but all of the aisles are dark. So I start walking the aisles, and I you know, do you have like a, you know, the Starbucks bottle thing? I need some coffee. So we start wandering the aisles, it's all pitch black, and I'm using my iPhone as like a flashlight, and I said to one of the guys,
yeah, and this was before those phones had the ability to just turn on the flash as the flashlight. So the only, like, I remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but there were dedicated apps that you would download onto your iPhone or Android, and all it did, it was like the flashlight app, and then you pressed a button on the screen when you open the app, and then the whole screen would turn white, kind of like on like the Apple Watch. You can turn on flashlight mode, and it just makes the screen bright white. Except that was for your phone. And then the moment that they introduced the ability to just use the flash as the flashlight, it was like, you know, nobody needed that app anymore. But when he says, like, I held my phone up as the flashlight, again, it's 2008. The iPhone was like a new thing. It's just a year or so old. And so, like, they're not kidding. Yeah, they, like, there was no app for that. You know, it's funny. Yeah, damn, I seem old. Yeah. I remember that shit. Damn, I'm old. Something about him just seems so fake. I don't know. To me, I think Todd really just comes down, and to me, he comes off as a nerd who all of a sudden found something he was really good at, and that was video game creation. And he all of a sudden was making some of the biggest games in the world. It's what he was passionate about. And he found fortune through it and some notoriety and even fame, I think you could argue. And it just happened really quickly out of nowhere. Like, and the weird thing is, for something like this, like I get recognized in public every once in a while. I don't think I am anywhere near as well known as Todd Howard, but I think it's easier for like a YouTuber or streamer to slowly get that level of popularity or success, because it's a slow grind. It slowly builds and builds and builds. Whereas for Todd, it's like he comes to E3 one year and he is a rock star, and then he goes away into his hole and builds a game for 4 or 5 years. And then, you know, he comes back to E3 and he's even more of a rock star, and everybody knows who he is, and everybody's making YouTube videos about him and all this stuff. And then he goes back into his hole. And so, like, I think it's just exacerbated because it comes in those heavy waves. But as for, like, all of this type of stuff, I think he's just a very gifted salesman. And I think back in 2008 era times, he wasn't as much the salesman as he became in 2011 with Skyrim, where he took the stage and argued why you should buy this game and convinced a lot of people, and the game ended up being really good. And then Fallout 4, same thing, full Rockstar mode. He was the center of attention and he loved it. And then I think once things kind of flipped back around, like I think he's been less and less involved in the day-to-day creation of these games. And that's kind of caused some of the creative focus to be lost, you know. How do you get recognized? Are you the guy with the Todd Howard cutout? Yeah. Almost every time. That's it. Yeah. Did you see a Neil Druckmann statement saying that the window between announcement and release of the next Naughty Dog game are similar to probably avoid leaks and crunch? Yes, I did see that, Renier, and it also, I mean, let's be real, it just makes sense because they have had to deal with leaks. They also, with The Last of Us Part 2, they had to juggle all sorts of crap surrounding ridiculous expectations. And I think they lived up to most of them because the game was still very technically very impressive, and they didn't really walk anything back. It ended up, in many cases, looking better than it did in the original announcements. And so, you know, it was kind of a different thing. But I do not blame them at all for wanting to go and take some more time in between. Like, I only announce it when it's ready. None of this, it's been announced for 4 years and we every once in a while get a trailer. I think it's just easier to work until it's done, you know? Take your time. So I think that's fine. Play close to the chest. Exactly. Like, there's just no need to cause all the extra drama.
I was like, this is how the world ends, man. This is cool. Like, we're in the game. Like, what else should we get? And one guy's like, antibiotics. You know, like, get antibiotics before food. And we're like working it out in the aisle at Safeway just the other day. So yeah, sometimes it creeps in your head. We felt we needed to do something new with role-playing and guns. The original inspiration was, imagine Burnout Crash Mode with body parts. And we talked about it, and Emil came up with the name.
The acronym is sort of an homage to the FEV VATS in Fallout 1. It's, you know, where the super mutants got created from. We were sort of looking for an homage, and that's just sort of fit the Vault-Tec assisted targeting system. Sure, I could shoot a guy in the legs and a running gun, but in VATS, you have a certain amount of action points. So it allows you to actually make a measured, precise shot on the legs, cripple him, so he'll move slower, take out the arms, he'll be less accurate with the gun, the head has a higher chance to critical.
I did see somebody on Twitter, they were upset that it didn't look like there was VATS in Starfield. I'm not upset about that, also just because narratively it doesn't really make sense for VATS to be in Starfield. But I do get the sentiment where it's like, it feels like a lot of the things that we came to know and love about Fallout are just missing. And even like standard systems like the cinematic kill camera and stuff like that being missing does feel a little strange. And then the lackluster gore. For those of you who missed the stream, somebody said, oh, there is blood in the game. You can see when you shoot people, if you slow it down, you can see that blood does come out of like the bullet holes when you shoot people in the game, to be clear, in the game. And so we looked it up, we went frame by frame, and there is a little bit of blood spatter, like when you shoot a target. If the bullet hits here, there'll be a little, we counted it, it's about 4 frames. 4 frames where you'll see a little effect, like a little spatter. But the spatter doesn't land on the floor. It doesn't interact with anything as far as we saw. There were blood stains on the floor from before the combat began. And so like I think they did that to make it look like the blood was from the character. I don't know. It was weird. But if you rewound it and went frame by frame, you could see the blood was already on the floor. So there's just weird things missing from Starfield, and it could still be great. Obviously, like I can have a ton of fun with Star Citizen, and it's missing a lot of important features and polishing and refinement, but it's still like, still pretty good. So it's not to say that the game's going to be bad because that stuff is missing, but it is to say that it's concerning when the game's already running at 30. Todd talks in interviews about having to remove things from the game to hit performance targets. And the performance target, as far as we can tell, is 30 frames. And even then, it doesn't run that well from what we can tell. There's pop-in, all sorts of other issues. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm guessing that there's a lot of... I'm guessing there's going to be some performance issues when the game launches. There's just no way that launches polished and refined. Like, Bethesda literally has never released a polished game. Never. And I don't think that they'll magically start now. They might. They might surprise me, but I see no reason to believe that. I see no reason. If Todd said, like, oh, the game's been basically done for a year and we're just polishing the ever-living crap out of it, I'd be like, okay, nice. Love that, Todd. But he hasn't said that because that's not true. You know? Am I missing? Am I missing one? Oh, yep. Still in the bag. It's like I'm missing one piece. It's about to freak out. Anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a symbolic alien life form that's taking the form of an inky black fluid permanently affixed to his skin.
So it might blow up, but it's hard to hit. So really taking all the stuff from Fallout 1 and 2 and sort of trying to bring that into a new next-gen type of game.
That was one of our goals initially, was we didn't want to just be a shooter. That the kind of stuff we do, we want to try something that attaches you to your character, that lets you have your character on the screen do something you, the player, can't do. That your character can go in and advance, blow the leg off one guy, the head off another, and the arm off another in some Equilibrium style pop, 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 that you, unless you were like Call of Duty Ninja Master, you could never do as a player. It's like we want you to feel super powerful in those moments because your character in the world is super powerful, even though you were born with an extra big left thumb or something.
Todd's fond of saying that great games are played, not made, and that's certainly true because we knew what we wanted to do with it. We knew we wanted to have the ability to queue up shots at somebody on specific parts of their bodies and then play that back in a cinematic fashion. And that's
okay. Real quick, we're gonna attach the walls to the ship. A bunch of wrappers. Okay. First things first is going to be this one. And I can't really see. But I think it should basically go like this. Click. 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 Nice. Then the other side. Click it into place. Damn. That's sexy. Now that's one piece. Wow. It's coming together. I mean, it's actually starting to look like a boat now. Oh. Lego guys playing the violin. Yeah. Okay. One last bag, and then we're done with this third of the thing. Yeah, the delay. Yeah, we saw the delay. The camera's sliding forward too. You see it's angled down. Now this one, my head is not in frame. The whole pole is rotating forward, so all the cameras are leaning closer and closer to me. So right as we get off stream, I'm gonna have to fix that. I've got to remount it or something because it's all crooked. Let's see. Yeah, they delayed. They delayed that. Oh, Juicehead says Bethesda just announced yet another new event. 50 minutes ago. Is it actually a new event, or is it the same one we heard Maddie talk about earlier?
Today, it was officially confirmed. Xbox and Bethesda are hosting a Developer Direct on Wednesday, January 25th that will give us a bit of a closer look at some of their upcoming games.
Yeah, we knew that.
If you saw my video from a couple of days ago, you'll know that Jez Corden leaked this entire event with near perfect accuracy. Jez Corden right now is probably one of the most accurate insiders for Xbox info. So you might be wondering, okay, well, if he just leaked the event and you made a video on it, what's the point of this video? Well, in this official announcement from Bethesda...
That's insane. How did he know I was thinking that? What? How? I love these little rope pieces. These are fun. Little rope pieces.
And Xbox, we actually got some other and new pretty interesting details, some of which may have actually proven a leak to be true that we got just a couple of weeks ago and a lot of people are overlooking. So in turn, we may have actually gotten more new details from that leak, but even further in this, Bethesda also confirmed that we are getting yet another new event, and I think we have even more evidence as to why Starfield is not delayed. But first, let's look at the new Developer Direct info. It's described as having a focus on big features, extended gameplay showcases, and release dates for Xbox games launching in the next few months. And the games they name explicitly here are the exact same that Jez Corden called out: ESO, Forza, Minecraft Legends, and Redfall. And in this announcement, they actually did a pretty nice job of getting specific on what exactly we'll be seeing, describing how ESO will reveal the next big chapter update. There's going to be new Forza gameplay, PvP gameplay for Minecraft Legends, as well as with Redfall, we're going to be getting both single player and multiplayer gameplay that's going to show off combat customization, bosses, and the open world overall. Aaron Greenberg, the VP of marketing at Xbox, describes how this showcase will be a bit of a unique one, as there's going to be no host during the event. Instead, we're going to be hearing from the dev teams on these games, and all the while getting extended gameplay looks at the games. It doesn't seem like this is going to be an event with a lot of surprises, because it definitely seems like it's on the shorter side at just 45 minutes long. The Elder Scrolls Online actually has a second event that's going to be on the same exact day as the Developer Direct, and its second event is set to begin just 45 minutes after the start of the Developer Direct. So this basically confirms the Developer Direct will run about 45 minutes, or perhaps even slightly less. And overall, this seems like a pretty cool one to me. It looks like this event will be less about those CGI trailers and instead a real focus on devs playing the game and showing off some of the core features of those games. Which for me at least, actually seeing devs talk about the game and seeing some more raw-esque gameplay is what I like to see. We've had one too many E3s of full CGI trailers and I'm just sick of that, so I actually really like that Xbox and Bethesda are heading in this direction. But of course with all of this, there is the elephant.
I'm calling now. People are going to get so pissed about this in no time because there's going to be lots of shows like this, and most of them are not going to have interesting stuff to show off, and people are going to be upset. And it's going to be like, well, you asked for this. You wanted us to talk more. We don't always have crazy stuff to show. You know? I didn't know they had a Titanic Lego set. Makes me think of all the historical Lego sets you could come up with. Lincoln at the Theater set, Hindenburg set. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Well, the one they released they release one of these huge ones every year. This is the one from last year. The one that they released for this year is the gigantic Eiffel Tower. And it's like, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's 10,000 pieces. This one's 9,000 pieces. That one's over 10,000. And it stands like, 3.5, 4 feet tall. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. So, yeah. They have lots.
In the room with Starfield.
Oh, no,
Unfortunately, as predicted, Bethesda does comment on Starfield here. They confirm that Starfield will not be present at the Developer Direct, but the fact that it is absent may even be exciting news because Bethesda clarifies to dedicate a proper amount of time for a deep dive into Starfield, a standalone show is in the works. Which hopefully means that at some point in February or even March, we'll get a dedicated 30 to 45 minute long showcase of just Todd Howard and Starfield and an actual look at the gameplay and
all them lies, all them sweet little lies. I think that's good. I'm fine with them having a dedicated game for it because I have a lot of questions about Starfield. I hope more people have questions, because I'm sure they're anticipating some, but Todd has a history of just kind of quickly being able to focus on cool sounding things and letting those be the focus. And then when people start to ask the hard questions, there aren't many answers. Come on. There we go. They can show off really cool base building stuff, but that doesn't answer the core question of okay, well, what's traversal like? What's exploration like? Because you can have a really cool crafting system in a game, for example, but that doesn't mean that, if the crafting requires you to have certain crafting components, that doesn't actually help, right? So, you have to have a good means of exploration to get the crafting components to make the crafting system worth using, right? So it's not as simple as just this one cool thing is going to make the game worth playing. There's a lot of other pieces that kind of fold into it.
Game systems of this upcoming game. And I think this reveal of a second event coming in the next couple of months, or at least it's implied it's coming in the next couple of months, does mean a couple of...
I don't think it's implied that. They say it's in the works. I don't see how that implies the next couple of months. Now, is it next couple of months? Probably. Because otherwise we have to assume that they're delaying it. And I don't see a lot of evidence that they're delaying it, but I'd say it's a bit of a stretch to say that it's implied.
Things. There are some other implications from this. On one hand, Xbox and Bethesda are going to be way more active with events going forward. At least it seems like it's going to be that way for the next few months. We're going to have this event in January, just a couple of weeks away. There's going to be another dedicated Starfield event after that, but also you have to remember E3 is only 5 months away, almost exactly. So what that means is in the next 5 months, we will see things from Xbox and Bethesda on 3 separate occasions. 3 separate events are happening. And I mean, technically it could even be more. It's 3 events that we know about. And the Starfield event does feel like a bigger deal because neither Bethesda nor Xbox typically does a standalone event like this. If there is a standalone showcase, oftentimes it's more on the community side or just answering questions, and the vast majority of the time when they actually do events, you're seeing a bunch of games all at once. So the fact that we're getting this standalone event where we'll likely get a deeper dive into Starfield along with an actual release date, I hope, does kind of feel like a bigger deal. It seems like something they may be doing more of in the future. But then let's also boost your Starfield hype. I think this event getting officially announced and pretty much every detail that Jez Corden leaked a couple of days ago being correct is a massive boost to Jez Corden's credibility. And with that in mind,
I would agree.
I think it is now worth highlighting his other Starfield tweet. Earlier in January, he mentioned how every scrap of info I heard about Starfield is just quite lovely. This is coming shortly after a supposed leak from Colt Eastwood, where he heard playtesters describe Starfield as bigger and more ambitious than was previously expected. At the time, I didn't really feel the need to cover these because they were largely unverified or just throwaway tweets here or there, but it definitely sounds like Jez knows what he's talking about, so the fact that he's tweeting good things about Starfield makes me feel good about Starfield.
That was kind of, but it sounded like he was saying that a podcaster said something positive. Was he saying that it was his podcast that he said that? Because I saw the story as well where they said that it's reviewing or playtesting very, very well. I found that surprising because Todd Howard has famously said repeatedly that Bethesda doesn't playtest games. So I was like, oh, so they must have changed that. Maybe that's a new policy. But up until Fallout 4, he was saying that they didn't playtest anything. They only played in-house. They didn't hire playtesters. So either way, that's a new thing, if that's true that they're actually playtesting the game. As for it playtesting well, I mean, that's good. I agree. I don't know.
Starfield. So what does that all mean? I don't really know. They're vague statements, but at the very least they are positive vague statements. But further, to me this event is a big implication that Starfield is probably not delayed. Once the rumor dropped that a new Bethesda event was happening in January, but Starfield wouldn't be there, many people were immediately convinced that this means Starfield is delayed once again to Q4 2023, likely meaning that Starfield is coming out in November of 2023 like Bethesda typically does with their games. But to me, if Starfield was actually delayed, Bethesda wouldn't be doing a Starfield event before E3. The fact that we are actually getting a dedicated Starfield event just a couple of months before E3 does...
Again, it's kind of speculation. Like, they said it's in the works. They didn't say that it's coming before E3, based on what he said here. So I don't see how that follows. Like, I agree, if it is coming in, like, before E3... which they've already said stuff like, we look forward to you playing Starfield in the first half of this year. Stuff like that. Yeah, that heavily implies it's coming before June, before E3. So if they're going to showcase it without a delay, it would have to be in the next few months. That's true. But if you're just, like, assuming... Why is it doing that? I don't know. Maybe that's supposed to happen. I don't know. If you're just like assuming all of this stuff, then, you know, and then you're getting hyped as a result. I don't know. There's a lot of assumptions here. It's fine. I think that they're fair assumptions, to be clear, but I want to be very like upfront. These are assumptions. It's not like they've come out and said the event's in the next 2 months. We're inferring that from the information we have because they've said it's releasing first half. They haven't announced a delay, so therefore, if they're doing this and they're not delaying it, it would have to be in the next couple of months. So we're inferring all of this information from the data available, but they're still inferences and assumptions, right? But I will say, Ju said somebody I've always said, I think whenever I've heard him talk, he strikes me as an intelligent and critical thinking person. I don't think he's reckless with the types of videos he puts up. So I gotta hand it to him. So I'm excited for Starfield either way, just wanting to see how the game works. I'm excited for the new Bethesda title so I can start modding again, but the aesthetic of Starfield is pretty Yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement. I would agree.
Does indicate to me that Starfield is still on track to be releasing at some point before E3, because otherwise, why not just wait? E3 is such a big and monumental showcase in its own right. To me, it would seem odd if the game was coming out in November to have not only an event in March, but then also another event in June, where they probably have to talk about Starfield a second time. Why not just do it all in June? Why do it in February or March 1st? At least that's my thinking. The fact that Starfield is getting a standalone event is a pretty good sign that the game is still coming out before June 2023, or at least in the early part of June 2023. Although this still is a really interesting situation, because if Starfield is truly not delayed, we are looking at a very, very short marketing window for Bethesda. Best case scenario right now, we see a Starfield event in February. And if the game comes out in April, as many people are hoping for, that is only going to be 2 months of marketing and really 2 months of pre-orders. The pre-orders is the big part for me. Right now, you can't buy Starfield, at least not from any official sources. And of course, if you want to take off to play this game on release, you can't do that because you don't know when it's coming out. The rumor right now is Redfall is getting a release date of May 2nd, 2023. And if that's true, many people assume Starfield wouldn't release in the same month. So a lot of people assume a Starfield release date in either April or June. And overall, this developer direct announcement and Starfield not being there has definitely had some interesting outcomes on certain leaks that have popped up over the past couple of weeks.
I will say the marketing window is weird, but Bethesda, more specifically Xbox, has been really, really bad about marketing recently. Like really, really, really bad. They're just not good at coordinating. They're announcing stuff with one team from one developer, and the main page doesn't even retweet it. Like their marketing teams need some major overhauls, in my humble opinion. As somebody who has never worked in marketing, I just can't help but notice that like they'll have a showcase or some big announcement from one dev that's under their purview, and then they just don't mention it from any other sources. Whereas like you look at PlayStation and they say one thing from one studio and it's all over everything. Every publisher, every studio, managers, every single one of them is getting on and they're all retweeting it and like, congrats to this studio for doing this cool thing. That's awesome. Love you guys. Congrats on the success. And they're always super, super communicative and in tune. Whereas Xbox, it's always super disjointed. So it doesn't really surprise me that this is signaling that maybe the marketing campaign for Starfield is going to be a bit of a cluster. But who knows? Maybe they're also looking at it and they're saying, yeah, we don't really need to worry about it. It's going to do okay anyways. You know?
It seems to put more emphasis that this random Reddit leaker was in fact correct, as it was one of the first sources to say a January event was happening, and it even got the Redfall release date right, at least according to Jez Corden. So if it got that info right, maybe all of the other info it leaked was also right. The leak also mentioned that Spooky Japanese Ghost would be returning in March with new content and it would be coming to Game Pass. This is referring to Ghostwire Tokyo finally coming to Xbox Game Pass and probably with some new content or a DLC. But even beyond that, they mentioned how Tango Gameworks has another game also coming late in 2023 with Hi-Fi Rush, although no other details are shared. The other thing the leaker said is Starfield is probably launching before Redfall. Now that we have official confirmation that Starfield's not at the January event, that seems crazy. Redfall is at a January event, Starfield isn't, but Starfield is somehow coming out first. Although hypothetically, an April release date for Starfield could fall in line with Redfall coming out the following month in May. We have heard in the past how Todd Howard wanted a shorter marketing window for his games, but would Bethesda actually do a February release date reveal to an April release? That is barely any time. Either way, since this post was made...
Yeah, it's going to be weird. Like, either way, I don't see how they get Fallout or Starfield out this year without it being a super quick turnaround. Like, it's going to be crazy. They're going to announce it. Pre-order's going to open. It's going to be a flood. The collector's editions are going to be gone. Those things are going to sell for like $1,200. Mark my words. If they end up having a collector's edition, hopefully they do, because I think it would do well. But yeah, this game is going to pop off really quickly. And I think they're doing it because they've said they want to get a control of hype and not cause a frenzy. But I think that this will do exactly the opposite of that and will cause a mad freaking frenzy out of nowhere. Did you see how that same leaker talked about how the missions in the new Avatar game are different than normal Ubisoft games? Yeah, I read that and it was very vague. I didn't really know what they were saying. They said like it's a different structure and style than what you're used to seeing from Ubisoft. And I don't even know what that even like means. Are they saying that it's going to be like much more narratively driven in each individual quest? But like even from game to game, Far Cry quests are way different than the quests they put in like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, than what they did in Valhalla, because they change so often. So I don't even really know what it means. Yeah, Fallout 4 was announced in June of 2015 and came out in November. You're right. Yeah, and Todd said at the time he preferred that quick turnaround. So that's true. What's being referenced here, though, is that people have, other marketing agencies and people have said that Starfield is releasing in the first half of this year, and Whoops. And that's great and all, but that would mean that it has to release sometime June or before. And June or before or earlier that's not much time. It really, really is not. So, like, if we're talking about a showcase that they haven't announced yet, and you say it's 2 months out, that showcase is, say, March, maybe a March showcase, late February. And then you're talking about, like, I agree, it also doesn't really make sense to release the same month as Redfall. So, probably means that they're releasing either June or April. And that would mean either, like, a 30 to 60 day turnaround, or, like, you know, more like a 90 to 100 day, a 20 day turnaround, which is still faster than Fallout 4 and faster than Fallout 76. So, or is it faster than Fallout 76? When did they announced Fallout 76 at E3? When did it actually come out, though? Alexa, when did Fallout 76 launch?
Fallout 76 was released on November 14th, 2018, and it is available on PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One.
November 14th. So it was also June announcement, and then November release. So either way, this is a crazy quick turnaround. Crazy, crazy quick. Is it going to come out broken like everything? I would... honestly, and I know it's easy to just say this, and I know it's like for the memes, Bethesda stuff is broken. The best indicator of future performance is past performance. If you want to find out if this car is going to be reliable, you look at what those cars have driven like previous years, previous makes and models. If you want to see if this restaurant's going to be good, what do? You look at reviews from people who have eaten there before. If you want to know if a video game is going to launch polished, you look at their past video games. Bethesda has literally never released a highly polished product. They've never shown the capacity to release polished stuff like Rockstar or any of these other, like Naughty Dog. So, in fact, their past performance has indicated that they have a record, a track record, of releasing totally broken stuff and passing it off as fine. I don't think that's going to magically change this time around. And every time there's a Bethesda game, we have to go through this same rigmarole all over again. I say this stuff, and then people say you're just being pessimistic. No, it's going to be great. They learned their lesson last time. And when it turns out to be super broken, I'll be here going... because it's not magic. Like, it's a game. They're game devs. They don't have magical powers. It's not that complicated. They just don't have the capacity to do it. And that's that, as far as I'm concerned.
Made and some of the predictions did become correct, the leaker has deleted their account, so who knows. But then we have this other super interesting leak that popped up late last week, and in many ways is actually more interesting. There's a post made on the Xbox Game Pass subreddit about Xbox not announcing new games coming to Game Pass. There's actually been a lot of frustration in the community about Xbox not announcing new Game Pass games as of late, but somebody commented about how Xbox is going to have a show later in January, and they are likely holding back new Game Pass announcements or reveals until then. That post was immediately downvoted because of course it was. And that same poster followed up in some of the replies saying that he didn't even realize the show he was talking about wasn't publicly confirmed yet, and how his source claims the show will happen between January 24th and January 26th, and specifically it's going to feature Minecraft and Forza, but Starfield will not be there. Which, if that sounds like it's kind of right, it's because it is right. The Developer Direct is occurring on January 25th, right in the time frame this leaker suggested, and it is featuring both Minecraft and Forza, and now we know Starfield isn't going to be there. The crazy part about this is all of this information was posted online a full 4 days before Jez Corden made his article. So as far as I can tell, this Reddit account is the first person to correctly predict this event, and again, scooped Jez Corden. And it gets even juicier.
I will say real quick though, it's important to just clarify this. Let's say there's a Reddit post that correctly predicts that, like they say, there's going to be an E3 showcase where Ubisoft announces that they are offering all of their games on Game Pass. day one. Let's say that they do that, and it's like a big announcement, big thing. And then they also say that at that event, I don't know, we'll just say that they pair that with a prediction also that Ubisoft is going to reveal that Assassin's Creed Infinity is going to be a monthly subscription of $25 a month, right? So they say two things. One that's a little vague and possible, the other one that's just totally crazy. If it turns out that they announce that their games are going to Game Pass, which is something that a lot of people have predicted, does that mean that that second claim is also true? Because like, oh, they verified that thing is validated, so that means this other claim is true. Not necessarily. It could be that they honestly received information that confirmed that that event was happening, and then they made up the second claim. Or it could be that they just got lucky, and so you recognize that they got the first claim correct as an accident, or just by inference, or possibly they figured out that this was likely to happen, so that they kind of predicted it with an informed guess, basically. But that does not mean that everything they say is correct, right? You can get one thing right, doesn't mean that everything else you say is right. So just because this one leaker had a couple of things that were correct doesn't mean that everything else they say is true. Could be true, but it doesn't mean that. And you can't conclude that or deduct everything else from that. And this is the difference between like speculation videos and the kinds of videos that I try to make. Because I don't like doing this type of thing where I see like, okay, well, this person said one thing and this other thing doesn't follow that that's then true. So I just don't make the video. But speculation creators, they do make the video, and that's the whole point of the video, is to focus on the possible implications of that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with making those kinds of videos. I'm watching it right now and having a good time watching it. But it's just not the kinds of videos that I make, you know. So it's just different.
This year, because after all of this was revealed publicly, that user returned to say that Starfield is in fact delayed to late 2023, and Redfall would be coming in mid-2023. Apparently both games needed some more time, and that mid-2023 falls pretty closely in line with the other rumors of Redfall coming out in May. And to be honest, I don't really know what to make of this. Unlike the other leaker that we highlighted in this video, this isn't just some random Reddit account. I mean, this guy's like super active on Reddit and a quintessential Redditor. He's posting on 2X chromosomes, conspiracy subreddits, the whole 9 yards. And although there were a bunch of rumors around a January event or even a Q1 event, getting the exact time frame right down to just a 3-day window, but even more importantly, predicting that Starfield wouldn't be there is kind of huge. I mean, think back to a week ago. If somebody was speculating around an event happening in January, you would assume Starfield would be there. You would assume Starfield would be the cornerstone of the show. To me, that's the biggest prediction of all of them to come.
I would say no. I would have predicted this same exact thing because Starfield's the biggest release they have this year, so it only makes sense they'd give it their own show. So I would disagree with this point. I don't see this as a totally unexpected development. Like, no, this is actually very expected. I think it would have been weird if they had just brought Bethesda on to do a 5-minute closing at this show for the biggest game of the year that they have as an exclusive. Makes more sense to give them their own show and let them revel in it, you know? But I don't know. I mean, with all this, I think, again, it's just a speculation video, so it's not that serious. But I just... Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I pulled up the link of this. Maybe we'll check this real quick because I want to go through the comments, see if anybody offered any interesting points. But look at this. Check this out. The first third. It's a big meatball. But we did it. So this is the first third. It's done. And now, so like this whole box turned into this. This is probably about, I would guess, maybe 2,500 to 3,500 pieces. So this is done now. Now we move on to the other 2 boxes this size to do the middle of the ship and then the stern of the ship. It's crazy, man. Like, the level of detail is pretty wild. They fully recreated all of the different decks of the ship. So you have the boilers, you have the pools that people would go to, the exercise rooms, the gyms, each floor, the dining hall in here where people would the first class would eat. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Full cross section of the ship. All the windows, the decks are all recreated realistically. All the windows. It's pretty crazy, man. It's pretty sexy. It's pretty heavy. Yeah, no, this thing is probably... I would say that this is probably 6 to 7 pounds. The full box, I think they said it was 35 pounds. And there's cardboard, there's books and stuff like that. But I mean, it might even be more than that. It might be closer to like 10 pounds. I'm not sure. But it's crazy. Where's the Titanic going to be? I don't know. I originally was like, oh, I'll just move the Oculus, the play button, and the light, and it'll just slide there, kind of from there out to this corner. But this thing, when it's done, is going to be about 53 inches long, and this whole thing is about 60. So I don't think it's fitting on there with the Hogwarts Castle. I might be able to finagle it where the Hogwarts Castle scoots forward and I angle it, and then this kind of slides behind it partially. But other than that, I either have to find a new place for the Hogwarts Castle, or I need to build a shelf right here, and the Titanic will sit on that. Difficulty being, though, we're in the basement right now. There are no studs behind this wall. The way they finished this basement was like a little rushed. They basically just put like drywall right up against the concrete, which I don't think you're supposed to do, but I mean, whatever, it's too late now. So they did that. And so I can't just drill into studs. So I'd have to get concrete screws and stuff like that, which you can do, but it's a little bit of an ordeal. So I'm not sure what we'll end up doing, but that castle is almost $500 now. Dang. Yeah. No, they are collector's items. They retain value quite well. Can you imagine if I dropped it right now? Hold on. I'm going to take off the headphones because I'm going to get tangled up. That happened in a video the other day, and I'm not going to do it now. I mean, that puts in perspective how big it's going to be, because that's a third of it. So 1, 2. It's freaking massive. Yeah, maybe just a standing shelf. Yeah, something like that we'll need to do. Yeah, the Giza Pyramid. This was like a small last-minute thing, but I've told you guys, I've always been fascinated by ancient Egypt. And so when I found out they did a Lego set of it, I was like, hells yeah. So I hopped on. It was funny. I built it in like an hour and a half while watching a movie or something. And then I put it in the studio. I didn't mention it in any videos or anything. But when the video went up, somebody saw it and was like, dude, that's sold out everywhere. Classic YouTubers getting special privileges none of us get. Oh, God, I'm sick of all this influencer crap. And like, they went off. And I was like, I'll be completely real. I saw that they had a Lego pyramid. I thought it looked awesome. So I got on StockX and I overpaid by about $15 to pay like a scalper for it. Am I proud of it? No. But it was like $15 extra and I got it. Whereas otherwise I wouldn't have. This one we got direct from Lego. So this one, it was straight from Lego. We didn't do anything. But I was like, I mean, I did an oopsie. Is there a game that you think deserves a remake? Bully. I think if Bully got a from the ground up remake, I'd be very happy. I'd say Bully. The Jack trilogy. You never know. I mean, they might outsource that. You're probably getting this question a lot, but what is your take on Redfall? In my opinion, it looks super generic, almost like a mod for Back 4 Blood. It incorporates what I'd call the corporate art style of gaming. Yeah, bust a nut. I think that there's a lot of weird things about it. For one, I don't really understand what the game is supposed to be. And I've watched a lot of videos that they've done on it. I've tried to understand what it is, and I just don't get it. So I feel like I'm missing something. Furthermore, the stuff that they've shown off, I don't find very compelling. Like, they showed off all this stuff with, for example, the story trailer that we watched on stream on Monday, where they show the characters and introduce you to them. I watched it and I thought that it actively discouraged me from getting it. I was like, I find this stuff cringe. Not only do they have like the hip Gen Zer, the Zoomer there that is super like doesn't take anything seriously and it's just like super, oh my God, you know, I find it really annoying. Then they have the obligatory British person, even though they're in Massachusetts, post-apocalyptic situation. They still have a British guy there just for the accent because people like listening to Brits. Like across the board, there were just weird things that they were doing. And I didn't like it. So as of right now, I'm very, very skeptical of that. Because again, like your starting point for most games, I feel, in my personal opinion, should be starting at 0. So like you imagine the gradient of being convinced. You know what we can do? Hold on. Here. Full screen. Where's full screen? Okay. So like, I think you could say that my methodology for games is that if this is the spectrum of game hype or interest, and then here we are, let's say green is the mark where you'll buy the game, red is where you will absolutely not buy the game, and then this extra bit is where you'll like start to actively hate on the game, and over here is the mark where you'll actively like hype it up and you cannot be contained. You know, you're a full-on fanboy. So if this is the spectrum, I think you should start here. And then as evidence is presented to you, you evaluate it, and then you can start to move over towards here. Maybe you settle there. And at this point, you're positive-ish. You think the game looks interesting, but you're going to wait for reviews. And then when you evaluate the reviews, they only have to make up this distance. And so if they do that, then you'll go the rest of the way and you will reach that green point and you'll buy the game. Whereas for some people, they might get to this point. Reviews come out. Reviews are horrible. The game's broken. And all of a sudden, they track all the way back here, maybe to here. And this is, I'm going to wait for a sale. And when the sale comes, then you move back over here and you buy it. But for some people, it's so broken that they end up all the way over here and they say, absolutely not. I'm not going to buy it. It sucks ass. I hate it. They're like contacting devs trying to like get them to quit and trolling them. Like this is what happened with Cyberpunk, for example. But for Cyberpunk, it was a little more exaggerated. Can I really not? Okay, I guess I can't. We'll just go like this. With Cyberpunk, it was a little more exacerbated or exaggerated because a lot of people were all the way up here. People were in the fanboy mode. And then reviews came out and people saw what it was like. And they went all the way back here in no time to being hateful and being super pissed. But with Redfall right now, all this just to say, with Redfall right now, I started at 0. Everything they've shown me leaves me more confused. I don't think the writing's interesting. The art style looks fine. I'm intrigued. But they come out and they say stuff like, oh no, it's not our take on Dishonored, you know, what we've done before. This is our take on Far Cry. You know, I start to get further and further over here. So right now I'd say I'm probably here. if I weren't like, if I were, say, on hiatus and I wasn't going to review this game and I didn't want to cover it for the channel and all of that, I don't think I'd buy it. The fact it's on Game Pass really changes this equation, because this red, like, it's not really the point of purchase anymore. This is more the point of, like, bothering not to download it, whereas, you know, Game Pass has just shifted things. So if we change it over, like maybe Game Pass here has changed it to this, where this area is when you'll download it and try it on Game Pass. So it really doesn't take much to convince you to just try it. Whereas all of this range is available to just not do it. For PlayStation, they always have to reach this threshold because they don't have a Game Pass offering. So they have to get you to this level of confidence to buy it. Whereas Xbox only has to get you to this level to download it on Game Pass, right? So it's just changed things. But right now, for something like Redfall, I am in no way excited for it. Yeah, sorry, people ask a lot about the 2 keyboard thing. Yes, everybody, the 2 keyboards are for 2 separate PCs. So the monitor in front of me is just hooked up to this PC, and it is just for gaming. And then I have a duplicated HDMI output that copies whatever is on this screen, and that runs out to a capture card that's in the streaming PC that's underneath the desk. And that streaming PC runs these monitors down here, and then there's another big monitor right up here that you can't really see. You can actually see the barely edge of it right here, this little black outline. That black line is actually the monitor slightly clipping into the camera angle, but it's just far enough in the corner that you won't notice it until now, once I pointed it out. But this keyboard runs the streaming PC, as does this mouse. And then this mouse and this keyboard run the gaming PC. However, one of the cool things is, I've shown this off before, I use an app called Synergy. If I can get it to launch. Show, I think. Yeah, none of this. Well, maybe that is. Can I clip that part out? No, I can't. Okay. What if I do this? Sorry, I'm trying to cover up my IP address just to be safe. But with this, I actually use an app called Synergy, which is this app underneath our Microsoft Paint thing. And this app, basically what it allows me to do is to use this little hard button thing. You can just route it to like macros. If you want to do like Control-Shift-2 to switch to the second computer, you can do that. I found this on Amazon, and it's like $10, and you can just route these to whatever keybinds you want. So I set this up. So now whenever I want to swap this mouse to the streaming PC, it's one mouse press, and now my mouse is on the big monitor for the streaming PC. And then I press this button, and my mouse is back on my main screen for the gaming PC. So it's just a matter of convenience, though, because when I'm in a game or something, to do the mouse swap and keyboard swap causes the game to pause. Sometimes the game glitches out because it doesn't know how to handle it. So having the second keyboard makes it so I can still like take notes while playing a game. Because most of the time when I'm playing a game for a review, I'm sitting here and I'll be playing with the controller or on the mouse and keyboard, and then something will happen, and I will pause the game, and I will type the note real quick, and then I will make a, timestamp note so I know when it happened in my recording, and then I continue on. So it's a whole process. There's a whole thing going on here. You don't even know. Let's see. Had 2 desks opposite each other. Coolest transition on YouTube. Oh, you remember that? You remember that? I used to have a camera behind me. I used to have this camera that I currently use as a Lego camera. I used to have that camera behind me, right behind where the Lego play button is. Or Lego play button. Lego Titanic and where the play button is. And I used to have it right there, and then it would face the studio and the setup, and it was kind of cool. I had a second microphone and microphone cable routing and all that stuff, and it was relatively interesting. But I found that it, for one, was really difficult to light properly, was kind of the main thing. And so in order to get that working, I had to basically screw up the lighting for everything. So the lighting became really sucky. So there's a whole thing. Does taking notes as you play ever take away from your experience enjoying the game? Oh, absolutely, Lizzie. Yeah, no, it's a thing. When people think that I'm just like sitting here casually playing games and stuff, it's like, no, it's actually like, it's like if you were in school and you were assigned to write an essay on a movie, and then you go and you watch the movie. You're not just going to sit and watch the movie like you would if it was something you were really enjoying. You're going to sit there and take notes and be very attentive and think critically the whole time. So it definitely does affect it. Absolutely. But usually the way I get around that is if I'm given enough time by the game's dev, I will play through it twice. I'll do a first kind of pleasure run where I'm just enjoying the game for myself, like God of War. I was able to kind of do that kind of thing, partially because they just gave us like a week before the game launched to play through it. So for that, you know, I have the time to really experiment with it and enjoy it. But, you know, it just depends. Just depends. Now that I have my setup done, I'm trying to get through a second playthrough of Ragnarok to get footage. I'm struggling because it's tedious second time around. Yeah, no, you do have to be kind of careful because second run-throughs can be kind of a lot. I played through so much of Elden Ring, that got to be a lot. And with some videos, like, chat's just going to catch up for a bit, so just bear with me. But for some of this stuff, it can be pretty exhausting. Yeah. Oh, it's very behind. What are you on this scale for Hogwarts Legacy? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think for me, Hogwarts Legacy right now is interesting because I would say I feel as though I've definitely started here. I consider the studio, and I end up back here, their history and stuff. I consider, for example, that it's coming from Warner Brothers. Last game Warner Brothers published was Gotham Knights. Back here. I consider Unreal Engine difficulties. I can consider, like, you know, the fact that they cut out the Dark Arts Arena and are selling it back to you. That kind of makes me upset and angry. So that brings me back here. Terrible Collector's Edition. Not a big deal, maybe a little bit. I'm like, yeah, that's just kind of stupid. I question their judgment that they thought that was a good idea. But, you know, it doesn't really affect me too bad. But then I look at the other stuff, like, and this is something I think people seem to forget. I look at the other stuff. The fact that the people that they have writing the game directly worked on the films. All of them. That brings me back a lot. That's a huge perk. The fact that they've been so transparent with the game, showing off so much of it, quests, exploring the castle, all that. That gets me very excited. Then they show off cool things. They've got some great acting talent involved. They're showing off more of the narrative. That gets me more excited and stuff. So for me, I'd say, like, I've definitely passed the barrier where if I were not reviewing it, I would buy it. Like, I'm sold on it. Huge part of it being the commitment from the writers. I mean, that's basically all of this, that they worked on the movies. So I know it's going to be a faithful adaptation. And then this other section being mostly the recreation of Hogwarts is a huge thing. And then their transparency is another huge chunk of this, whatever that breakdown would look like. I wouldn't say I'm a fanboy, but I try very, very hard, even if I end up in this zone, to never become the fanboy, to always reevaluate with this basic chart and thinking process, to evaluate new evidence to try and come to a more accurate place on this graph or chart. So that's what I would say. Forspoken, I'm definitely like, Forspoken looks horrible. I do not get it. The demo, I was like, The demo I was hoping would sell me on it. The demo just confirmed that I really don't want it. Other games are coming. Starfield's probably another really good one. For Starfield, like I said, we normally try to start at 0. For Starfield, though, because of Bethesda Game Studios' history, specifically with Fallout 76 being their last game, the first thing I do is I go from 0 and I back all the way up. Because for me, Fallout 76 was borderline criminal. Like, it was horrible how they just passed that off and tried to sell it to their customers. They knew it was broken as hell. Don't even try to argue to me that they didn't know they were putting out a broken pile of garbage. They knew. They knew. Same with the CDPR stuff. If you think this is different for CDPR, for that, like, Sons of Liberty, whatever they're calling it, DLC expansion for Cyberpunk, I'm starting in this same spot for Cyberpunk's DLC because they're charging money. For the next gen update, it was different because that was free. Like, okay, yeah, no, release a broken patch for free, whatever. It's your funeral. But if you're asking me to pay money for it, I'm going to start very skeptical of everything that you're doing because you basically screwed over your customers last time, and I'm not going to just willingly forgive that. It's the same thing. Like, I bank with Wells Fargo is one of my banks that I work with, and Wells Fargo has been caught like 15 times straight up scamming their customers, signing them up for savings accounts that they did not want, and then hiding them from the customer so that the customer doesn't see that they're saving that money. And so their checking account is just slowly going down and down and down. I told the story before. I one day was like, I think I went in, I forget how I found out. I think I went into the store to cash a check from my work, and I handed it to the lady, and she said, which account do you want it in? And at this point, I had just a checking account. It's like a college student. I don't have a savings account. Are you kidding me? So I was like, what do you mean? I just have the checking. She said, no, you have a savings. You have a Money Market Plus Ultra Premium saving account. I was like, I did not set that up. I have no idea what that is. She's like, oh, that's strange because you do have it hidden, so you won't be able to see it on the app or online. What? She pulled it up. It had hundreds of dollars in it that had been built over the course of 2, 3, 4 years because they were withdrawing 2 cents at a time, 3 cents at a time. Small enough that you wouldn't notice unless you were going through your bank statements every week, which I should have been doing, but I wasn't because most people don't do that. They check their balance real quick on their phone. They're like, I have money. And then they go about their business. I've gotten better since then, but at the time I didn't check any of that stuff. And the reason they did that is because they wanted to have, one, more accounts so that they could show shareholders that they were growing, and two, because they wanted to show that shareholders are saving money in the bank so that the bank is holding more money so they can lend more out and do more stuff with it. But they did it by signing me up for an account I didn't want. And there was a class action lawsuit, famously, like their CEO faced hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fines as a result of this, like huge deal. But all this to say, they basically screwed over their customers, including me. Now, whenever Wells Fargo does anything, I am very, very skeptical of it. I am very cautious. I read into all of it. And in fact, I'm slowly in the process of moving all of my stuff over to different banks. Because it's actually insane. Did I take the money? Oh, out of my savings account? Yeah. Savings account that they set up? Yeah, I withdrew all of it. I said, close that right now. I didn't sign up for that. Then I got home and I looked it up and they're like, yeah, Wells Fargo caught up in the scandal. And it was a story from a year and a half before. They were supposed to close that account automatically and then transfer me back the money and apologize, whatever. They didn't do that. So the money was just sitting there in a hidden account I couldn't see. Super, super sketchy. Basically stealing from me. If I had never found out about that account, I wouldn't have known that it was there to withdraw the balance. So they would just be sitting on the money. It's horrible, horrifying. But they did something very, very scummy. So now I'm very skeptical. And same thing with CD Projekt Red, same thing with Bethesda. If you do something scummy, I'm going to be very skeptical of you. So for all of these companies, I'm starting over here. So with Starfield, the tricky thing, though, is that I look at it, I'm like, okay, it's ambitious. It's something they're passionate about. That's good. That brings me up a little. Okay. They're trying to do something with solar system exploration, next gen thing, tech they've been developing for a decade. Okay, that's interesting. That brings me to where I'm interested. But then I consider, okay, they've never released a polished product. Okay, that brings me back down here. And oh, well, they also like they're showing the gameplay. It's only running at 30 frames, and even then it doesn't look very good. The smoke effects are terrible. The animation quality is poor. Combat's poor. Brings me back down here. Like, no part of Starfield to me screams get hyped. For me, I'm floating solidly for Starfield, probably in like this region right here. Cautiously optimistic to just downright, I'm not sold. You gotta win me over. Do you think there's still a chance the gore will be added to Starfield? And if not, can you go into detail as to why or what that means for Starfield? So, like, to be clear, and I think that this was maybe misunderstood in the video where I did the kind of reaction to the lack of those extra things in Starfield. The reason we talk about it and bring it up is because it signifies something being cut from the game that they've had in other games. And it's being cut, they say, in favor of stability, performance, and fidelity. But the game doesn't seem to be performing very well. They've only shown it running in 30, and every time they've been asked if it will run at 60, they don't answer the question, which is worrisome. 2, the game, so they did it for performance. I don't think it shows good performance. So that's a problem. They say they did it for fidelity. The game doesn't look very high fidelity. It doesn't look very good. It's not a pretty game. People say, yeah, it's the Bethesda stink. It's the Bethesda look. They've never had the best looking games on the market. I'm like, okay, well then don't tell me that they sacrificed gore and that stuff for fidelity, because they clearly didn't. And 3, if they did it for stability, okay, but Bethesda has literally never released a stable product in their history. Maybe this is the first time they do because they cut the gore system. I don't know. We're going to find out. And if it ends up being that they sacrificed the gore system and that's how they achieved the first stable release in their company's history, I'll be all in. I'll be like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. What is this? Hold on. I have an email from a lawyer. Please hold. Please hold. What? Yeah, I have no idea what that even is. Yeah, I'm not opening that. That looks super sketchy. That looks super sketchy. Sometimes you just don't want to mess with it. By the way, I did have my team reach out to Red Bull. I've always dreamt of having a Red Bull fridge and cooler and being like sponsored by Red Bull. Apparently they don't sponsor YouTube streamers. It's not something they do. It's a weird policy. Apparently one of their executives doesn't think that YouTube streamers are like a real thing. Also YouTubers, they just don't really care about. But Twitch streamers are fine. So my guys work some magic. Guess what they did? They lied. No, they didn't. they said, okay, well, we get that. We get that. We're not asking for you to like pay Luke money. But would it be possible for you to like permanently stock a fridge of like with Red Bull that he can drink during streams and in videos and stuff? And they said, oh yeah, absolutely. So they're going to basically start sending a nonstop supply of Red Bull, for the studio. I'll just have to buy my own Red Bull fridge, which, you know what? I can live with that because I freaking love those new Red Bulls. The like blueberry ones. Yeah, I freaking love those. Those are to die for. So yeah, no, that was a fun little surprise. Because I read the email, I was like, yeah, I get it. You know, it was a long shot. And then they'd say, but we got them to send you a bunch of free stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, there you go. Yeah, I'll be super hyped on sugar. Yeah, it's going to be a thing. I'm going to start talking really, really quickly. Are you excited for Jedi Survivor? Yes, Jedi Survivor I am actually very excited for, especially I just replayed the first game and I replayed it with like going through the whole thing and evaluating all of it. And on the hardest difficulty too, and I really, really liked it. So I'm very excited. Yeah, the blueberry ones are really good. They have a bunch of new flavors that are specifically fruity flavors, not the classical ones. I don't love the classical flavor of Red Bull. I really love the new fruity ones that they do though. They have like a tangerine one, a winter berry one. They're all amazing. So, Hockey, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Chad, glad if I finally make one of these. I'm glad too, Jay. RE4 remake. I wouldn't say I'm an Resident Evil fan, but I'm interested. It looks interesting. It would be my first time ever playing it. I've never played RE4, so I'd be interested. Scam. It might be, Phil. It might be. I don't know. That email. It says it's from like a copyright company or whatever, but it's just a direct link to sign a Google, like an Adobe sign document. And I'm no, I'm not doing that. So if you want to get in contact with me and it's serious, you probably have my phone numbers and stuff, and you can get a hold of me. Like, I'm not just going to randomly sign something you send. It's like, did you ever hear that story of Cochran, something, was that her? Barbara. She's on Shark Tank. She's one of the ladies on Shark Tank. I can't remember her name, but she famously had a thing where somebody sent her something where they said, "Hey, this is blah 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 with blah blah blah. We're working on one of your investment properties. We need like $150,000 or $200,000 to finish this. Can you just wire it over to this so we can knock it out?" And it was super casual like that. Just said it like it was no big deal. So she did. She wired over like $200,000 because she's like, no scammer would be that chill. It's got to be one of the people working on my properties. So she just wired over like $200,000 to some stranger. So it's always like the really casual scams that you have to be extra cautious about. So, yeah. Mirage gameplay. When I talked to Joel Raptor last in like November, I think it was, maybe October, he said he thought January for sure. It's January. Nothing's in sight. So I don't know. At this point, I'm guessing they probably wait till the fall. We'll probably get a casual email out of nowhere or press statement saying that they are delaying it until the fall, and then they will come out and show it off at E3, I would guess. But it's going to be a while. Oh, it was $400,000? It's worse than I thought. $400,000 accidentally. Final Fantasy 16 does look really good. Atomic Heart is coming pretty soon too, right? I think that looks good. Yeah, next month. February. That's one I am very excited about. Atomic Heart does look really, really good. I don't know the studio, so that makes me a little iffy on it, but everything they've shown looks really good. And apparently they've been giving like IGN, they let IGN play like 2 hours of it early just to try it. And that level of transparency is always really, really good. Look at me. I timed that out perfectly. I finished my tea right as we're wrapping up the stream. I love it. I really quickly wanted to go through these comments because for those of you who missed it, we posted a highlight yesterday of the Podcast Now video reacting to my video. It got really meta. If you don't know this guy, basically he got upset because we only gave like 1 or 2 positives in a 25-minute video talking about being skeptical of the game. And I was like, I think you just don't really understand what I mean by skepticism. And then later on in the video, he says, I could be super skeptical myself and just say how the game is like terrible and everything is awful. And I was like, okay, that right there shows you don't know what skepticism means. You're talking about cynicism. That's different. So I think that there was some common misconception there. So there was that. But basically I went through, we did like a 40-minute thing and tried to be very, very respectful. And I went away from the video basically taking that he was upset that I didn't mention more positive stuff. And I think that perhaps that's fair. I did not balance the bad stuff with the good stuff, which is something you'll notice when I did the skeptical look at Assassin's Creed Mirage. I tried to fix that. So I offered not just negative stuff, but I also came and said some positive stuff too. So it wasn't just one note. So I've tried to incorporate these critiques into my stuff as well. And I wanted to go through the comments real quick to just see if there's anything that stands out that is useful in terms of feedback. Podcast Now is one of the more critical Hogwarts Legacy creators. As a fan of both of you, I'd like to see a good talk between you guys. I will say I would be fine with talking with him. I don't think that it's a good fit for my channel. But you know, I'd be down. And Viru maybe said, I agree. I will say I've watched a bunch of Podcast Now's videos, and he's been very critical over the game. He's done like 250 videos on it, so he's made enough content that you'd hope some of it's a little critical. Pat says, yes, but Luke was kind of right. I think Podcast Now needed to hear this. I used to watch his channel a lot more, but I stopped because he's very indecisive. It almost always seems like his videos, he's walking on eggshells. It's like he tries hard to appeal to everybody, but the reality is when you try to appeal to everybody, you actually appeal to nobody. And then Centenaso said, that says a lot about the HL creators. How can your content even be revolving around something that isn't available yet and not have a huge conflict of interest and hype problem? Your success literally depends on the hype or on the one of the product. I think that is a fair point. So let's see. Roaring Tide, I do think you didn't cover the actual game anywhere near enough in your original video. I was expecting to hear more impressions of aspects like combat, world, NPCs, questing, progression, etc. But that's the one thing I'll say. The whole Warner Brother and Avalanche piece is fine, and I think looking at a company's previous work and behavior is absolutely valid. And I would agree with this. I think like I said, I don't think I balanced it out. I didn't really think of the video when I was making it as like trying to balance it, and I think that was perhaps part of the problem. So, and like I said, in these videos, I'm trying to correct that and balance the negative elements and considerations of the game, like going back to that chart we drew, balancing out the negative stuff with some of the positive stuff so that it's not just all negative, right? So I would agree that could have been balanced. Let's see. Good luck coming into bugs. I can agree with him when he says you didn't give more insight on the positives. Great critique video. I notice your critiques aren't valid, but can also be improved also. Yeah, and like I said, I think that's fair. Thank you so much, Luke, for not only being entertaining and insightful, but also reminding me how important healthy argumentative skills are. Really appreciate how honest you are and how much time you take to establish your argument and parameters. Breath of fresh air in the gaming scene. I appreciate that. Granted, Podcast Now has made a fair amount of skeptical content for HL in the past. I just don't think this was a good representation of the conversation between the two channels, And I would agree. It's counterproductive, divisive, and not a good look. You both can do better, not for us, but for yourselves, and a sane, productive discussion where a healthy conclusion is achieved. Yeah. And I think in general, the common thread has been that people wish that we were, like I touched on more of the positivities. Sorry, this is funny. Reina, Luke, when you're talking about how you were very early on in your YouTube career, I noticed he has quite a bit more subscribers than you have. I certainly don't believe that he's got a confidence issue. Who's going to tell him? Who's going to tell him? This person did. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fair. I can see how if your first exposure to me was with the Luke Stevens Live and you just assume that that's my main channel that he was reacting to. So I can totally get that. And, I think that's fair. Yeah, but Luke, you talk about the negative for a reason where a lot of people don't. Well, and I think that's like the video when I was filming it, my priority was all I'm hearing is the great, amazing stuff about Hogwarts Legacy. And I'm not hearing any critical evaluation or counter stuff. And so I'm going to offer that, and I'm going to discuss the negative stuff and the stuff that might bring you further to the left on that chart. Because I thought that was like the purpose of the video I was making. But I can see how some people would be like, no, I think you should have said some of the positive stuff. You should have come out and balanced that out. So I think that's fair. And we're addressing it. Cyberpunk has an 86 on Metacritic since launch. How compared to Fallout 76, which only has a 50, both released broken and unfinished? It's the difference in standards. What a lot of people did is they said, when this game is working, it's 100 out of 100. It's great. But it rarely works. So we're going to give it like an 85 with the assumption that they're going to fix it pretty quickly. I mean, it got better. I don't think they ever really totally fixed it. It's way better. But with Fallout 76, I will say Fallout 76, the game was horribly broken like Cyberpunk. But I also just genuinely don't think Fallout 76 is a very well constructed game. I just don't think. I get there's people that love it dearly. I understand that. But I'm not one of those. I've tried with Fallout 76. I really have tried. I wanted to go and do an I tried video with like a character that was 30, 40 hours in to say, look, I've done it. I've played the game and this is what I think. And I just cannot get into it. I really struggle. It's just not for me. No Man's Sky does have the ultimate comeback story. Yep. Fair, yes, but Luke, don't change what you do, though. Well, Phil, basically what I'm talking about is what I'll be doing is just what you saw in that Assassin's Creed Mirage video that I posted on Monday. So if you want to see the slight tweak to the approach, that's what it is. Where we start, this is where we're at with the game. This is the general consensus of opinions that people have. And then the next, quarter of the video is so the second quarter of the video is going to be, this is all the really good stuff. This is why some people are really hyped. Then the second quarter of the video is, but don't get your hopes up because all this stuff sucks. And then the last fourth quarter of the video is me trying to figure out where we land on that chart. I think the problem people had with the Hogwarts Legacy video is that the second quarter of the video that was supposed to be the good was 2-3 sentences long. Because I said, I'm really hyped for this game, and I think a lot of it looks really, really good. They've been transparent, and all that's great. But there's a lot of other negatives. And people thought that it just came off as a hit piece. And again, as I've said, often perception's more important than reality. And if that's what the viewer perceived the video was more of a hit piece, then it didn't do its job properly. So I have to reevaluate why that video didn't work for those people, and I have to figure out how to make the next video in a way that does work for those people. So, hype for Suicide Squad, though? Dude, I've wanted to make a video on Suicide Squad, though, but I am terrified of putting a video out that has Suicide Squad in the title. I don't want to deal with the YouTube bots dealing with that. They scan it, and they're like, oh, it's a video about this. No, it's like a well-known pop culture thing, but whatever. I don't know, man. Lucky Ray Guy. I will say just the bit they showed off at the Game Awards, the little nod to the man who played Batman for ages. Just recently passed away. Oh God. What was his name? Kevin Conroy. Thank you, Chris. Yes, Kevin Conroy. The little nod they did to Kevin Conroy saying he's in the game, they show the darker, grittier scene. That alone moved me a lot further on that graph. Because my issue is that the piece of gameplay they showed before, I didn't think did a very good job of showcasing what the game was actually going to be like. So I was a little it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like a Rocksteady game yet. But that little tidbit made it feel like a Rocksteady game. So now I'm much more into it. But I want to see stuff soon on that because it's supposedly coming relatively soon. So I'm very much waiting for it with bated breath. Oh yeah, nighttime. I see this. Yeah, the screenshots of it. Yeah, that's crazy. For both launching so broken. Yeah, Benno, we reacted to that earlier in the stream, so we'll make a stream clip of it. But it's super cool. I'm glad to see that. Thoughts on Wolf Among Us 2 episodes coming out this year? It's about damn time they figure that out, so I'm glad to see it. Nikki's super excited. Yeah, Skull and Bones delayed again. I don't even know what to say. It's a meme at this point. It would never release. They would have canceled it years ago if they didn't have an agreement with the government of, I think Singapore it was, to release it. Because they got funds from that government agency to help produce the game. and they have to release the game now, but it doesn't work properly. It's not fun. Playtests are terrible. Like, yeah, I know somebody at Ubisoft, and I asked them, like, have you heard anything about that? And he was like, it's a different team, but it's like, I've just heard that I think what he said was word for word, it's a different team, but I've heard that it definitely needs the delays. I was like, oh God. So that's not great. How am I Singapore? It's Ubisoft Singapore. They're the team that made all the water tech for the recent Assassin's Creed games, and they have a studio there. So Ubisoft executives went to the government locally there and asked for basically a chunk of change for giving jobs to locals. And the government gave them the money to employ locals, basically. And the agreement was this project that they work on has to launch and has to release in a full game. You can't cancel it. And so they said, okay. And now they have to release it. They can't cancel the game. Oh, man. Yeah, well, and it's just, I think there is a market for a Skull and Bones type game. I know people have been roasting it, but clearly people play Sea of Thieves. And I still insist, Sea of Thieves, while fun, is fun in like a couple of hour spurts once every 3 months. Like, I burn out on that game so quick. I have a blast, but I burn out super, super quick. And I just don't. I think that if they came out with a piratey game that has decent sailing and naval combat and stuff, hopefully like multiplayer and stuff like that, if they did that, I think it would be actually pretty successful. And I think that they know that too, but they just can't get the game working. They just can't get it to the point where it's coherent. Lies of P. Luke expectations chart. I would say, okay, we'll wrap up with this. And then my voice is starting to go. I feel it getting really scratchy, so I'm going to call it after this so that I don't throw my voice out before I film a bunch of videos. I'd say Lies of P, again, if we're saying this is the starting point, this is the danger zone, and this is the hyping zone. I'd say Lies of P. I don't know the devs. I have no reason to think that they'll be bad. I have no reason to think that they'll be good. They've been transparent with gameplay, showing like 20-minute extended looks at how the game actually runs and how you play it. That, to me, from what I've seen, I'm actually relatively excited. They've shown boss fights that looked pretty good. Enemy variety's decent. All of that's good, so that gets me up here. I'd say the character designs and the world building seems interesting. Music seems good, so that gets me up here. But, I mean, just to be completely fair, I do think you have to probably deduct a couple points because the studio doesn't have a reputation. And these games are very difficult to make. You can't just waltz in and make a From Software-like game. There's a reason that they are the best at it and why it's rare to have a game in that genre that does really, really well and appeals to a ton of people. So I'd say you have to ding it a few points because of that. But all told, I mean, I'm generally very positive. And partially, you know, they haven't given me any reason to be negative. And that is a thing. I mean, if we're evaluating claims, we can only go off of the evidence we have. And if we don't have evidence to the contrary or to counter the positive, then we just end up with positive. If all you have is good signs for a game, I don't blame anybody for ending up on this right side. Like for Cyberpunk, I don't blame anybody for sitting in this zone over here. Maybe being a little bit fanboy, maybe being really positive, almost sold on it. I don't blame anybody because we only saw and heard good stuff from journalists and media. And even after the game was out and people reviewed it, some people still said it was the game of their dreams and still did stuff that pushed it towards this green area. And then the players got the game. And it was basically because all of this stuff, anything that would have pointed you in this direction, was hidden from you. Very, very carefully and in a maniacal and scheming way. And that's why I found for CD Projekt Red, immediately I lost all respect for them as a company. Like, you knew what you were doing. When you hid PS4 and Xbox One copies from press, when you didn't let them put footage they captured into their own reviews and they had to use B-roll, you knew what you were doing. You knew you were hiding this from people. And you did it to push them over here so you can make more money. And you knew that. You knew what you were doing. And I'm not going to just casually forgive you for it. So for this, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. Negative point for Lies of P, no release date. At the same time, Renier, you could actually twist that into a positive. They're not rushing it. They're taking their time, and they're going to announce the release date when it's ready. So that I wouldn't even say is necessarily like for sure a negative. But, you know, generally I'm very positive. Generally. CPR offered everyone refunds and apologized. They did once the blowback became so much that their stock price tanked billions of dollars, and there were calls for their CEO to be arrested and charged with defrauding shareholders. And so I know maybe it's like the hipster in me, but I have a degree in corporate finance. I've studied a lot of corporations in my day, and I don't take corporate apologies very seriously at all. 99% of the time, they are coming from the lawyers who are telling the executives to say certain things very precisely to avoid lawsuits. And so when it's like, oh, but they said sorry, it's like, yeah, which is better than them not. But it also like doesn't really matter. They still screwed over tons of people. Tons of people. Can that be merch, Luke? I have a degree in corporate finance. That actually would be kind of funny. It's Luke. I have a degree. Stevens. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, guys, this has been good fun. Cashby, do you know of any good cameras for videos? Not as expensive as you have. A little cheaper. Thanks. Get yourself a good... you have to check. There's a ton of new ones, but you can get an old like used Canon 70D. I don't know how much they are nowadays, but I mean, when I got one back in the day, it was only like a few $100 and it looked great. So you'll get it used. You don't buy it new, but you'll get it used. It has great autofocus. For this type of thing, just get yourself a DSLR or a mirrorless DSLR. And just spend any extra money you have on a nice lens. That's all of it. For YouTube stuff, 95% of it is about just having a lens that has nice depth of field and soft bokeh in the back. And people will see that and be like, oh, wow, you're like cinematic level. Wow, high production value. And you're like, nah, I just like cranked, dropped the f-stop down. That's all I did. So I would say spend more money on the lens than the camera. You can get a T3i for like $70 on eBay. It's a crop sensor, so it's not going to be good in like low light situations. If you're gaming and stuff, you have to get some pretty bright lights to manage that. And that can strain your eyes and stuff. So I'd get something with a bigger sensor, but definitely invest in a very low f-stop lens because it can open wide. You'll have soft depth of field, and then you'll also have the ability to leave the lights a little bit lower because it lets more light in, and that's easier on your eyes. So there's a bunch of little stuff like that. Yeah, f1.4 or 1.2. 1.2, depending on the focal length, is going to be pretty tough to like tune in. This lens right here is a 24 millimeter f1.4, and I have about probably 5 to 6 inches where I'm in focus. Right here I'm out of focus, and then here I'm out of focus. So I have this very narrow range that I can stay in to stay in focus. Whereas like this lens, I'm in focus, out of focus, in focus, and out of focus. In focus, out of focus. So like it really depends on the lens and you have to experiment, but yeah. And also light for f4. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of little tricks, but the thing is, you will not know those tricks, and there's no way you could know them until you get the camera, the lens, and you start experimenting. It's going to take a lot of trial and error, but you'll figure it out and, you know, start messing around with it. That's the fun of this. Like, you have a little playroom and you get to experiment with the cameras and screw around with it. And, you know, then you figure out, oh, I have a reflection in this glass of my screen that's super distracting. So what did I do? I got a polarizing lens filter that makes it so now you can't see the reflection in that glass. Just like polarized sunglasses. They make them for cameras. It's great. It's super cool. Anyway, I love all of you. This has been good fun. As always, super chill. We're vibing. You know, I'm vibing. I have some new merch stuff to show off probably early next week. Friday, we'll be opening up a care package for the Last of Us show. That'll be super cool. And we will keep chugging along through the Lego set and having a great time. Until then, everybody, I love you all very, very much. Hugs and kisses. Stay safe out there. I'll see you on Friday or in the next video, whatever happens first. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.